Happy Wednesday, everybody. Captain Coder here with another beautiful day in our RPG crafting system. How is everybody this morning? It's so nice to see all of you here. So nice to have you here with me this morning to share this moment, to share this day with you. We got Dramulks, we got Dekoshima, MMO Pugs, Illuminati. Hello, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here. We got a little emote party going on there in the chat. I'm loving it. I am loving it. Thank you guys so much for being here with me at the beginning. 50 points to all of you for being here. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, and I hope you're having a beautiful morning. How is everybody? How Dramulks? Did I show off? I don't think I did. I didn't show. Dramulks amazes me. Where is it? Dramulks posted. Where did you post in? Which forum was it? Was it the self promotion where you were? You're flying. Look, you guys got to check this out. I don't know if I showed this on stream. This is look at this. Look how smooth this flying looks in this. I am so excited. Dramulks, I wanna play it. How do I play it? Let me play it. Let me get my hands on it. I need to get my fingerlings on this. This looks so good. Look at that. Look how smooth that flying is. It looks great, my friend. Looks great, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing. Dramulk says, well, I need to get the world building first. Then I will get the first chapter. Awesome, awesome. I am looking forward to it, my friend. I am great looking forward to it. Moon says, hey, Captain, after many hours of struggling, I've located the error in our spaceship's code. Take a look at this line. Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm scared. I'm scared. Should I be scared? Oh, boy. Oh. Haste bin. Spaceship manager mono behavior. Ooh, fancy. Excellent, Mooniz. Thank you for taking care of that problem for me. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Mooniz. Mooniz for accomplishing the mission. Look, you even used private variables. Look how professional this is. Some private variables in there. Line 30. Application at self-destruct. Uh-oh. Prepare for takeoff, line 30. Yikes. Alright, well, we gotta be careful about that one there. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no, we got a woe chain set. I don't know if we have enough people to finish the woe chain. I don't know if we have enough. Everyone's voice only counts once. Let's see if we got enough here. Whoa. We did it! We did it! We got the woe chain. We completed it. Yeah, so the way that works is everyone only counts once on it. And so I'm always amazed when we do happen to get one off. How's it? All right, everybody. Mr. Natural, thank you for being here, my friend. Happy. Thank you for all your support, everybody. This is so much fun. It's been so much fun being here. So what have we finished? What have we accomplished? What have we done? Well, if anyone's curious, I decided it would make sense. This project doesn't have a lot to like visually look at. Look how visually, exciting this project is right now. Not so much. I put together a little blog. to recap, to be able to share what we've done. So over at crafting.captaincoder.org, I'm going to be, doing my captain's log here. My captain's log. Mr. Nets, can we craft a lizard on a stick yet? Well, only time will tell. Only time will tell. Soon enough, we'll be eating lizard off a stick. Not only will we be eating lizard off a stick, we'll be eating anything we want off a stick. All right. But just sort of documenting what I've done. Dramulks, recap, day 1, writing unit test. Day 2, writing unit test. No. Look. Day 1, look, we get to see my handwriting, and I put a little translation down here for people who can't read check scratch. I should say chicken scratch. I'm gonna have to fix that. But we came up with what we want to do. We defined the project. We wrote a little bit here. Yes, we wrote test, Dramulks. We wrote test, but we've done so much more. We learned how, this was the most exciting thing to me. I'm so happy that we took the time to do this using dynamically linked libraries. This is the most exciting thing to me. So I went ahead and I set up a second repository just for my CaptainCoder.core. But look how beautiful it is. Look at how easy it is to write structs, to write record structs in C#11. Look at how little effort it is. And it works. It works, my friends. I love this. I love this. All right, so what did I do? Gotta get some of that bean water in me real quick. Sorry, my body, I'm in the middle of a sentence. My body's just like, nope, bean water's incoming. I can't. Does anyone else accidentally talk and drink and inhale water, while you're talking, and does your body force you to drink your beverage, your beverage? I can't help myself. Mid-sentence, it gets me. I love this. So I set up a repository. Moon says, I never drink, I only inhale beverages. Fair enough, fair enough. Then I cough for a minute, and then your body, Does anyone, yesterday I was just sitting here, and suddenly, my body just started rejecting existence. I started coughing. Does anyone just inhale it wasn't even like I had spit in my mouth. It was like the moisture in my mouth. I inhaled and it went straight to my lungs and I started dying. My body was rejecting existence. So here's what I did off stream. Dramox says, my internet died yesterday, Moon, while watching your stream. Couldn't catch the end of it. Oh, bummer. That's a bummer. So off stream, I was so excited by this whole idea. Moon is, that's my everyday life. My everyday life, my body's just rejecting existence. Ragnar says, do you know coding and all, but can you understand women? That's a great question. I don't think it's about understanding women. I think it's about understanding humans, and the answer is no. Captain Coder does not understand humans. Look at Captain Coder. Captain Coder doesn't. I'm a simpleton. I'm a ton of simple. Someone was trying to tell me earlier, like, "Oh, you're so smart." And I was like, people think I'm smart. People think I'm very smart, and they're just not right. They're not right. Captain Coder doesn't understand anything except code. That's why I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder, I just happen to have lots and lots of time. I've put in a lot of effort writing code. Moonit says, Dram, it's all right. We had a decent stream. Thanks for your support. I code a ton. So I'm a code ton. I'm a code ton. That's a ton of code. Exactly, Dramox. Regnus, yeah. So I think it's about understanding humanity. Do I understand humanity? No. Will I stop trying to understand humanity? Probably not. Will I continue to be confused for the rest of eternity? Yes. Darkman, yo, welcome back, Darkman. So happy to have you here today. Regnus says straight men are easier to understand. You lock eyes with a dude, you either get a friend or someone who's gonna punch you. Well, maybe. You can be friends. You can be friends with anybody. It doesn't matter, I don't think that matters the gender. I don't think it matters your, we're gonna try and steer clear of, all of the non-coding. We can talk about non-coding topics a little bit, but I just want to be careful. I want to make sure everyone feels comfortable here, Regnus. I want to make sure everybody feels comfortable here. So thank you so much. I appreciate the question. Trying to have some fun there, but let's keep it, like I say, PG. There's no reason. And in this stream, there's plenty of places where you can have that fun conversation. I appreciate a fun conversation, but let's keep it coding topic. Thank you, Regnus, so much. PG-12, yeah, PG-11-teen. PG-11-teen. Regnus, but yeah, that was fun. I hope I answered your question. Darkman, so happy to see you here this morning. Happy, what's today? Wednesday. It's Wednesday. All right, so what did I do off stream? I put together this blog so that way I can tell you guys what I did off stream specifically. All right, off stream, because so yesterday we learned how to add this DLL, any DLL. That's what's exciting about it. You can add a DLL to your project here. We can add DLLs to our project. It's very, very exciting here. I'm very, very excited for all these DLLs I can add. So We put together a library. All has this position struct in it. But then we were able to link it in. So learning goal number 2, boom, done. Done did it. We know it. It's perfect. Never have to learn it again. Probably not true. Probably gonna have to try and remember this over and over. But because I decided I want to use this in other projects, almost certainly, I created a repository specifically for the CaptainCoder.core. And I put it here. So there's a link to it. Put it here. Anyone can use it. If you want a position struct in your project, you can use this. That easy. Just clone this repository, put it in there. I expect we'll be adding more stuff to it, but only time will tell. So I created a sub module. So anyone who's not familiar with sub modules in GitHub, we had our one DLL per struct. Exactly, Muniz. That's exactly right. Yeah, you know, that's exactly how we're supposed to do stuff. But this is crafting system. So what I've done is it's a reference. It's a sub module. So I actually can work on them I can work on this independently, and then you can update it inside of your separate project. So I can actually put this in different projects I want. When I'm ready, probably after each time I work on a new project, I'll probably release a new version. Muniz said submodules are terrible. No, I love submodules. I think that it's very easy to let submodules get horrible. I think that's what it is. I've used submodules. I absolutely love using submodules in projects like this. How else? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to work on, you know, especially if you have things developing in tandem, like this. That said, you want to be careful not to have too many submodules. You want to keep them semi-related. Muniz says, I'm trying to go away from submodules. They easily mess up things. I'd rather use custom. Well, so here's the thing. I'm planning on working on these two things simultaneously. So that's why I like submodules. In this instance, it makes sense. So I'm planning to work on this at the same time. If I wasn't, then otherwise I'd have to work in a separate repository. Every time I do something, I have to build it, do a NuGet update, or is it Nugget? NuGet or Nugget? I always say NuGet. So that is the use case for a submodule. It's all about the use case of a submodule. You can easily get out of hand. That said, the CaptainCoder.core, specifically when I'm working on this project, is going to be on the crafting system branch. So it shouldn't botch anything up. When I'm done working on this project, I will merge that into main and then probably do a little bit of a release called like version 001 or something along those lines. And then magic, I can use it in the next project. I'm super excited about that. Muniz says, well, you say new, is it new? Is that so it's the same problem. Is that nougat or nugget? It's not food. It's not food. Nougat and nuggets are both things you can eat, though. So I'm quite confused. But what do we want to work on today? What do we want to do? What did I do last time? Yeah, I put up a submodule. I put this blog together. This one's using Jekyll, which is built off of Ruby, folks. Ruby's a beautiful language. Ruby's a fun little language. And it's new, not new. It's nougat, not nougat. I don't know, man. I don't know. That clarity's not coming through. So what are we working on today? What do I want to try and get done today? You'll notice I only have 2 things today. These are essentially leftovers from last time. I want to finish testing and implementing the crafting container. So once we have that, then we'll do this recipe database class, and then we can finally get to the UI stuff. If I can get this done, we can start working on the UI stuff and make Dramulks happy. I know Dramulks, all you want to do is get out of the testing. Once we have this done, once we're happy that this is working, the system's working the way we want, we can start doing fun stuff with UI. Dramulks says, I don't know if it's not a chicken nugget. I don't mix. Yeah, that's right. It's gotta make a chicken nugget package. I did notice something interesting. There is a no engine references checkbox on on the assemblies, and I kind of want to click this. For my crafting system here. Moonus, have you ever had a beef nugget? Oh no. Have you ever had a beef nougat? Have you ever had a beef nougat? Let me ask you, Moonus, have you ever had beef nougat? I Is it nugget? Is it a beef nugget or is it a beef nougat? Is it a chicken nugget or a chicken nougat? Sounds Asian. Interesting. I never would have thought that. That said, I do eat meat. But for a long time I wasn't vegetarian, but I didn't eat a lot of meat. Okay, so today let's hop back in here. Our tests are passing. Let's see if we can finish defining what we want this this to look like. Crafting system test. So we're working on our crafting container tests and our crafting container. Let's see here. So, coffee's good, man. Some good bean water. Moona says people usually explicitly say chicken nougat, but what other nougats are there? You know, there's all kinds of nougats. Dramilk says for a healthy brain, you need different fats that come from meat, so you can't really go without eating meat every now and then. Yeah, so that's why I say I'm not actually vegetarian, but there was a time when I wasn't eating a ton of meat, so I'd eat fish. Maybe pescatarian's a better word. I'd eat a lot of fish, and by a lot of fish, I mean like a couple times a week. I'd eat tofu and eggs. Not vegan. Not that there's anything particularly wrong with the concept of being vegan, but I love me some fish and seafood. All right, so let's look at our crafting containers. Moon says fish is very good brain food. I might have already said that once. Dramlux, omega-3 is nice, yes. Lazamat, all the misinformation, there is no essential fat, is only in meat. Are you trying to say there are no essential fats only in meat? Essential, I think, look, I'm no nutritionologist. I'm not a foodologist, so Captain Coder is not a good source. Captain Coder is not a good source for your nutritional information, so I apologize for any misinformation that might be out there in that regard. Like said, there are no essential fats. There are no essential fats that is only in meat. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. So in there, any fat that meat has, you can probably get it somewhere else as well, as far as essential fats go. I wouldn't know. I'm not a foodologist. I'm a computerologist. I study not even a computerologist. I'm a codologist. Is codologist a word? I study the code. I'm a studier of the codes. Okay, so here's what we have so far. So we have a crafting container. The idea with the crafting container is I want a 2D grid, or like a grid that exists in a two-dimensional space. And so I'm using a dictionary for this to represent the spaces that are occupied by items. We're doing T and TS to extend item. Part of me feels a little bit dumb here. I think I might want to change this from a type. I think I'm going to get rid of this generic type. I know yesterday I got super into using this generic type, but if I'm making it extend item anyway, shouldn't I just make it be item? Thoughts on that? Is this dumb? I'm often very dumb. Mooney says, I like the Simpsons episode about saving the trees where someone says, I'm a level 5 vegan, I don't eat anything that casts a shadow. Fascinating. I haven't seen that one. That one's pretty funny though. I do like the idea of like what vegans stand for as far as just I think at its core, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think at its core, vegan is just a person who, it's like a lifestyle. It doesn't actually have a lot to do with the food. It has to do with environmentalism, from what I understand. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe we shouldn't even touch that topic. Maybe that topic's a little bit too intense. But I do like the idea of protecting the environment. Things can always go a little too far one way or the other though. What am I doing here? Yeah, so our crafting container, we have this constructor. This is what our test looks like right now. It's very subjective. I think, you know, the definition of it, I was just curious. I had a friend who was vegan once, and they were very, very good at explaining it. I'm not. Illuminati says, I couldn't watch previous streams because I was hunting for jobs. Ooh, I hope that went well. Wanted to ask if there was any architecture map you did before the project. It looks really amazing from here. I would definitely get lost. Specifically with this crafting, let me show you what we have here. We really don't have that much right now. So if really, if we want to look at, let me pull up this. Here is, if you want to check out Illuminati, I'm trying to create a blog to track what we're doing here. Lazamet says there are different types of vegans, some for health reasons, some for ethical reasons, some for environmental reasons, some mix those. Fair enough. So I put this together. Day one, we put a design document together. So my learning goals is I want to learn how to use scriptable objects. I want to see if we can get dynamically linked libraries in Unity. And I want to see if I can use the UI toolkit and play modes. These are our like learning goals. Here's the scope of the project. So it's, again, a little messy here, but essentially I want to implement crafting containers. Crafting container is going to be two-dimensional containers where you can put items in them and try and craft them. They're going to be shapeless, so they will not require a shape to them. Instead, it's just going to be, do you have the right items inside the box somewhere, inside the container somewhere? And if so, it produces an item. So this document, this drawing here is pretty messy, but this is what we drew up on stream. And I tried to write out the like different pieces of it here. So a crafting container is going to be a two-dimensional grid. Crafting category is going to have things, you know, this is going to define the type of container. So every container is going to have one or more crafting categories. For example, woodworking, blacksmithing, tailoring, jewelry making. And then shapeless recipe is going to be a recipe that, given a list of items and a crafting category, if you put those items in something that can produce that category type, it's going to produce a new item or a new set of items. It can produce more than one. So that's the general idea. And then item is just sort of, we have to have something that we can put in there, and we want that. I'm trying to make it general, but item is going to be the type that you have to implement if you use this outside of the crafting system. Yeah, so I decided this, I'm going to start trying to do this, see if I can keep up with it. And then, so our simple shape, and then we implemented the simple shape here. So simple shape has a constructor, and I'm sorry if, let me increase the font here. Maybe it's hard to see on the screen. Simple shape has a single constructor that takes ingredients, category, and results, and then you can sort of get those things back. And then just link to the source code. Type on the heading, implementing a simple shape, a shapless recipe. That's okay. It's okay. Look, I can't tell, you know, we gotta go fast, Sonic style. And so to get a little bit of an idea of how it all works together, this is sort of how the crafting container in the end should sort of work here. So we came up with this here. So I've tried to explain a little bit more here for anyone who's joining us later. But I'm happy. If anything doesn't make sense, feel free to ask questions. The outline feature sometimes is useful. Is there an outline view? Yeah, so the outline can also be helpful for just understanding the components of a class as well. So maybe I'll leave that up so people can kind of see it there. I'm not sure if that's helpful or not. Okay, so the crafting container, I'm feeling like I should drop this type T here. Instead, make it just be like, you have to have items. You just have to define how items work within your project. The main thing though is I was thinking there might be different types of craft. I don't know. We'll leave it there for now. We might come back to it. But let's write some tests. Let's write some tests, Dramulks. I know, I'm sorry, Dramulks. We're gonna write some more tests. It shouldn't be too bad though. Okay, so we had looked at, let me put my doc cam here. We had sort of looked at the different types of interactions we wanted to be able to do. And that's how we came up with our sort of crafting container API, so to speak, the types of methods that we believe the methods that we have will be able to support all of this. Lazamat says you can also check out Plant UML. There's even a VS Code plugin. It renders text to UML diagrams, and you can even reverse engineer class diagrams from it. Yeah, so I haven't quite done the UML because I'm still working through what my API is going to look like, and all of that, so to speak. That said, I do think UML can be super useful. I should look at Plant UML. If there's a tool that can take C# classes and generate it for me, I would totally do that. What have I used in the past? I've used GraphViz, and there's one other diagramming tool that I've used. What is it called? It's specifically for Markdown. But these are the interactions we want. Moving, so dragging things in. So we came up with a couple methods that we're gonna need. We need to add item, move, and remove item. Illuminati says, I just didn't look for a second. Left screen really gives the vibes of Resident Evil Village. This here, the little diagram. Let me close that up. We're gonna do some coding here. Lazamat says, Plant UML uses GraphViz for actual rendering the diagrams. Gotcha. I haven't used Plant UML. I'm not familiar with it, but I think a UML diagram would be really helpful. And I like to use them at the end of the day if I'm like showing someone, oh, here's what we came up with. But during the design process, I'm not entirely sure what my API is going to look like. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to relate. I have some general ideas. Okay, so these are the methods I want to test. We did add item. Okay, and we've done a simple test for add item, add one item. I'm gonna do another one where we try to add the same item to a spot. And so we're gonna write another test, add item at invalid, at occupied. Okay. It's a good idea to put timeout 5,000 here. Is this the right way to do that? This didn't seem to be working before. Is it that I need to do a timeout here? I'm gonna do a quick look. N unit timeout. Let's see. N unit time. Okay, that is the right spot to do it. For some reason, it wasn't working at one point. And then description, that's going to be test a simple add tests, adding a single item to a crafting container. Let's copy this. Didn't mean to hit run test there. That's not going to work. Test adding a crafting an item to an already occupied position in a crafting container. Okay, so this one, assuming this one works, this becomes, we don't have to do these same assertions here. This one is specifically going to add, we get this set up. We're gonna add that in. And we're just gonna assert false. Trying to add it to the same spot. So we should assert true here. And then we should assert false here. So the second time you try to add something, it just shouldn't let you add that item to the slot again. And we'll just go double check whether or not our implementation is happy with that. I don't remember whether or not we actually implemented that to work. I think we did. But we'll find out very quickly. We did. All right, so that one we did implement. And then we're gonna do add multiple items. Test, add multiple items. Test adding several items to a container. Okay, so we're gonna create a few more here. We have wood, private item, wood. Oh, let's follow good practices. Let's put underscores on our private fields. Private item, in this case, let's go with boat, private item, rope, private item, metal stud, like that. And we'll initialize each one of these in our setup. Boat equals a new item, boat. Rope equals a new item, rope. Metal stud equals a new item, metal stud. All right, so we have these here that we can use. So we're gonna try adding multiple items in here. Okay, so it should be assert true for wood. Assert true, we'll add another one at row 1, column 0. We'll try adding another wood. Assert true, assert true. We're gonna add to our crafting container another position. How many rows and columns? This is a 2x3, 2 rows, 1 column. Let me double check that. The constructor, except rows, columns, 2 rows, 1 column. So I can't go here. So I'd have to go over 1. Let's try adding to this one a rope. And then we should also add in a metal stud. How about that? And then we'll do an assertion here. So each of these we should be able to add multiple items. Then we should be able to assert that there are 4 items in this container. So I'm gonna do assert, what did I have here? Assert positions dot count is 4. So this returns the occupied positions. So we assert that there are 4 things in there. Then we're gonna assert dot true for each of the has. So c dot has item at, and then each of these positions, position 0, 0. Wood. 1, 0 is also wood. Has item at. Oh, hang on. This should just be assert true on these. Like this. Okay. 1, 0, 0, 1, and 0, 2. Like this. We should also be able to get all of the positions out. So we'll turn that into an array. So this should come back with a position, pause, item. Let's go with a list of these so we can iterate over them. Ooh, we can do it a hash set. This is actually better. Hash set of position, item, pause, like this. I wonder if this will work. Positions is equal to positions dot to hash set. I'm curious if this will work, if these are hashable, because this one's not going to be hashable because it is a class. We need to implement. All right, so this one won't be hashable. It should work actually. This should work because we're using the same one, so the hash will be fine. Okay, in this case, position should be hashable. I'm just curious. All right, so this is the, we're gonna go with the hash set of the position, pause, and item, like this. And this is our expected positions. And we're gonna make this into a new hash set. And I'm gonna put just all of the position pairs like this. So it's gonna essentially be each one of these pairs is what I'm expecting it to be. So let me just get each one of those. This is what we should expect it to have. And hash sets, the reason I'm using a hash set is because I want to check that the order that these come back is undefined. And a hash set lets us check for set equality. Something that might be worth doing. I know internally it's matched. That's okay. That's okay. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. So bear with me, folks. We're gonna do assert dot true that our expected positions dot set equal has the same contents as this one. So it checks that they have the same contents. The order shouldn't matter. So I should be able to put these in any order. And that's what I'm gonna do just to test it out. That these are asserting that way. Test add multiples. This one's not going to work. So let's run it. Lazamet, first time I see a use case for tuple. Yeah, so tuples are a little bit, so tuples, you want to be really, really careful with them. I'm not sure I like them. I like them for this type of thing. Essentially a tuple, so I'm using it like this. So I have a position to, so it's sort of like I have a thing that's kind of like a dictionary, but it's not a dictionary. That sort of thing. That said, tuples in C# can get out of hand because they can be of arbitrary size. Test add multiple items. Why did that work? That should, well, what was I expecting not to work here? I guess I'm happy with that then. It passed. I was kind of expecting that the hash on this would not work, but I'm pretty happy that it did. So in that case, we're happy. Yeah, okay. But yeah, use case for tuple, oftentimes you would want to create sort of something called like an entry set instead. But I think this is simple enough that we don't need a special type for it. But yeah, I hope it kind of makes sense. Okay, let's write another one. G says, hi, I'm just lurking today for a while now. Today I got things to do like groceries and car wash. It really needs a cleanup. Well, enjoy. Thank you so much for lurking, G. I appreciate that. Enjoy your day. Try not to get too busy, I hope. I hope you enjoy it. And as always, you know, you're always welcome here, G. I hope you're doing well. I hope your recovery is going well. But feel free to lurk as little or as much as you'd like. But we appreciate you being here. But yeah, we are, let's see, we're adding multiple items like that. Okay, so now I need to test moving into, or trying to add to an invalid location. Okay, so there's different types of invalid locations. G says, I'm still recovering. Good luck with the stream. Thank you so much, G. I appreciate it. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Have a beautiful day, and you are welcome back anytime. Test add item out of bounds. So a question I have is, if we add an item out of bounds, should I throw an exception or should I just return false? Let's see. We have, it's called try add item. So we're just going to return, we're going to return a bool. New try add-on. Tests, attempting to add an item to a position that is out of bounds. All right, so there's a couple different positions out of bounds we could get, and so we're going to actually create a new container type that has so some stuff out of bounds. So I'm just going to put a little comment up here to draw out this container. This container just has 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, like this. But we're gonna add in another container, and this one's gonna be a 4 by 4 with no corners. Okay, so if we looked at the dock cam, this is gonna be like this one here. So it's a 4 by 4 that has sort of like this T-ish shape. So the corners are going to be spots that you cannot put things into. So to construct that, you know, it's going to look, I'll take this comment again, or not this comment. I'm going to add a new comment here. And this one is CC 4x4 with no corners. And this one happens to be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sorry, my brain couldn't handle that. This one looks like that. Okay. And so it should be 4x4. We're gonna make this one, we'll make this one have a crafting category. Let's give it 2 crafting categories, because we can do that. New crafting category array. Stop it. Okay. We'll say this one can do simple food and a new crafting category, advanced food. So this will be like an oven type thing. Well, we're gonna do this just for simplicity. Well, let me do that. New, it's gonna say that new crafting category. There we go. All right. I'm gonna put this on multiple lines just because it's a little bit hard to see. It doesn't fit all on one line nicely for me. And then I want to do another, this is going to be the set of positions that we cannot occupy. So in this case, it'll be a new 0, 0. So this is row 0, column 0. And then the other one is going to be row 0, column 3. So this is the top right corner. Row 3, column 0, and row 3, column 3, like this. So this one will look like this. That's the shape it has. All right. So we have this crafting with no corners. We're gonna come down here. We're gonna test items out of bounds. So I want to test that if I put it somewhere crazy that's like super out of bounds, it should still be false. So I should do assert.false. If I try to use my corners and I try and add an item at a new position. Let's go. This one is like, you know, a weird edge case. This is what we call a, we have edge cases and corner cases. I think this would be called an edge case. Technically possible someone could do it, but is unlikely to happen. No, this might be a corner case. Is that right? I think this one's an edge. It's either an edge or corner case. Now I'm not sure. My brain can't handle it, folks. My brain can't handle it. We're gonna try and put a boat here. It should be false because we're out of bounds. It doesn't throw an exception because it's saying it's a try method. This one returns a Boolean. Lesmet says, making that test a theory would make for the best readability of tests. Not sure how it's called in NUnit. Making that test a theory test. Oh, so like an edge case. It's like, this is a thing. So this is like, kind of like an exceptional case. A programmer could write this code is essentially how I feel about it. Test case in NUnit, can't post that. Oh, you're right. This is awesome. You thank Lazamat for your contributions, my friend. You are correct. Add points. Lazamat, 50 points because you're a genius, my friend. We're gonna make this one take in a position to check, position out of bounds. Oh, this is beautiful because now I can do the following. I do out of bounds. And so all of these should be false. In this case, we do new position, -2, -2. Is this right? Test case. An attribute arg must be a constant expression type, expression or array expression of an attribute. Hang on, let's go look at test case. In this case, I could do like int row, int call. If I do that. -2, -2. Yeah, and then I'll just do new position, row, column, like that. Perfect. And so we do -2, -2, 0, 0, 3, 0, 3, 3, and 0, 3. Corfless, happy Wednesday, my friend. How are you? How are you, Corfless? It's so nice to see you today. So the cool part about doing this test case is this actually says, oh, well, this is actually 5 test cases. This is 5 test cases. And in fact, we have a couple more. I want to test that what happens if we go like completely out of bounds. So we're gonna go with negative there. So it makes it pretty easy to write. We'll go with 0 here and 4 on this one. You're welcome, Corfless. I'm happy to sing to you. I wonder what's going on with raids. Thank you for the attempted raid, Corfless. I appreciate it. I did see a post on Reddit so now that I'm a big old streamer. Now that I'm a big old streamer, I decided to subscribe to the Twitch subreddit. I did see someone on there posting that that they were having issue raiding too. So I wonder if if like raids are down or something like that. Tawny, how were your exams? Oh, Tawny answered before I even, exams went great. Tawny says, I'm so glad to hear that. Then it says also, this will test everything if you did the same in the method as a lot of assert.false. It would just stop at the first and not testing the assert that comes afterwards. Yeah, you're exactly right. So check it out. I love this test case here. Lazamat, thank you so much for getting me to do this, because I often forget this exists. So notice this actually creates a bunch of unit tests and just he has them collapse there together. And of course they fail because I haven't implemented this check yet. Tawny, your physics exam went great. It was a physics exam or is it a chemistry exam? I can't remember. How did it? Yeah, I'm so glad to hear that it went great, my friend. Tawny says the next exam is computer science, so I can just sit here and say I'm studying. Perfect. It's a win-win-win situation. You get a win because it's like studying. I get a win because I get to have Tawny here, and it's a win-win-win. So is there 3 wins or is it just a win-win? I thought it might be a win-win-win. Oh, and then the crew gets to enjoy your presence. That's right. So it's a win for me, it's a win for you, and it's a win for the crew. Tawny asks, may I know what you're working on? No, you may not. No, you may not. Yes, of course you can ask what we're working on. Excellent question. We are working on a crafting system. It's the hat trick win. That's right. So I know a lot of people have been saying, well, I can't, I miss it. So, and watching the whole video later is hard. So I put together a little blog to try and do a quick summary, and then it's like 500 words. But we are trying to make a crafting system. We are trying to make a crafting system in 7 days. We have some learning goals, but here's the basic idea in a crafting system. We have crafting containers. So a crafting container is a 2-dimensional shape that, so for example, you might have a 2x2. You might have this 4x4 that has like no corners. So it's like 2-dimensional, and you can put items in. And if you put the right combination of items in, you craft, you get a new item out. We are doing the version 0, which is that's 7 days. My goal is to do this in 7 days, 1 week. The shapeless recipe. So the position in which you put the items doesn't matter in this version. Although that might be really cool to implement later. I didn't want to have to deal with an algorithm for figuring that out. Although I don't think it'll be that difficult to do an algorithm, but I do think it would take up like a whole day, maybe more, to do that. Tony says, are we hard coding the item recipes, or we have a tool to do that? Excellent question. One of my goals is to make this general, and the person in Unity would be able to use scriptable objects to be able to put it in any project, and then you define like what I'm going to be calling your recipe databases. So this is supposed to be a tool that you can drop into a different project in case you want crafting in this style of crafting. Lazmat says 7 days, so you're basically coding God. I don't know if I'd say that. I don't know if I'd say that. What I would say is I am a captain coder. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I regret to inform you that I am. Yes, exactly. All right, so that's what we've done so far. So yesterday we started on the crafting system. So here's sort of the requirements for the crafting system. Let's see here. What do we get? Oh boy, we're gonna get a pog. We're gonna get a whoa. We're gonna get a whoa. Maybe, folks. Maybe. Lazmat says, so if you try to ship your software and it syncs, we'll never see you again, Captain. I know. Exactly. Whoa. We got a whoa, folks. Thank you so much for the whoa. I'm glad I could be here to whoa you. All right. That said, this is what we're trying. These are the requirements we have. So we've implemented a crafting container here. And now we're in the process of writing tests to sort of identify these things. And then we're going to fix, as we write these tests, we're going to fix those up. So this test that we wrote is testing that test what happens if we attempt to add items in a position that's out of bounds. So we're in the process of testing number 2 here. Testing number 2. Tony says, I don't join for 6 days and Captain is suddenly a professional streamer. I don't know. Professional is a very strong word. Professional, I'm a not so pro. Streamer. I am getting there though. I'm so sorry, Tony. Are you saying that you disapprove? Is this how we spell disapprove? 2P's. I gotta thank Moonness for that graphic. Oh my goodness. Menaliki, I love it. See, I love that Super Meat Boy. Seems good. Gotta keep that. Menaliki, thank you so much for being here, my friend. A happy Wednesday to you, Menaliki. So happy to have you here. That Super Meat Boy is my favorite. That brings such a smile to my face. It's my favorite here. Unicur says, buy Stream Deck, adds plus 10% streaming power. Yeah, Moonness sent me the stream. I didn't even know Stream Deck was a thing. I'm gonna, it seems like something I should probably look into though. Donnie says, I got an app on my phone that does that. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm slowly learning. I never intended to stream more than like a month. I've said this multiple times, but it's just so much fun. It's so much fun having you folks here. All right, so when we try to add an item here, we try to add it out of bounds. We need to get it needs to have an exception here. So some of these pass? No, none of these will pass. So in this case, we have our invalid position. So I should say if our invalid positions.contains the position, then we return false. We don't allow that. So if our invalid position contains it, the other one would be if we're out of bounds. So if invalid, what I would like to do, can we do, this feels like a job for a core library here. I want to check whether or not my position is in bounds. If my position is in bounds, so given, this would be beautiful. A beautiful little thing to have. Because I've written this code a lot of times here. So what I want to do is say if position dot row is less than 0, or position dot column is less than 0, or position dot row is greater than greater than rows, greater than or equal to rows, or position dot column is greater than or equal to calls, we return false, like that. Lazamat asks, Tawny does stuff. Your phone can water my plants. Awesome. Exactly. Tawny says, with just a bit of tinkering. Shiny Games, welcome back. Welcome back, my friend. Shiny Games says, sup, mates. Sup, mates. I like that. I like it a lot. It's going well. You know, what's up? What's up with us? We are writing some tests. Columns. Like this. So question. I write this a lot. Would it make sense to, maybe this is such an easy enough thing to write that I shouldn't write it, I shouldn't abstract. What I was thinking is I might do something like this, position dot in bounds, and then be able to get a bounds crafting thing. Menelik says, wait, crafting said, did we finish the dungeon gen? We did finish the dungeon gen. Finish is a strong word. We wrapped it up though. But yeah, the dungeon gen. I wish I need to make a blog post about that one. That was super fun. Let me show you. We do have a post on the Discord. So it did work out pretty well. So we had defined. So we defined text files like this, Meneliki, which I'm pretty sure you saw. And then we could define a table that looked like this. So these are text files on the left side, and then the right side is like the weight in the generation, how likely it is to pick that room. And then we call this generate down here. So this is attached to the generate button. You click the generate button, it actually calls it there. And it generates files, ASCII files that looks like this, which ultimately get dumped into Unity scene like this. And then you can walk around inside your dungeon like this. So as CTEX says here, we created Wolfenstein, folks. So yeah, I want to make a little blog post about this because it's super fun. But yeah, so that's where we got with it, Meneliki. And so yeah, we're on a crafting system now. We keep it fresh. We do something new. I want to do something new like every 2 weeks is sort of like the limit I want to have on my stuff. This one we're seeing we can do it in 1 week, and then the second week I might add to it, or we might move on to something else. The second week I kind of want to do like an inventory system that also uses the crafting system, but we'll see. Shady Game, so now you'll remember me anytime you'll see me in chat. Exactly. Tawny Does Stuff says, I have in mind very devious dungeon designs. Meneliki, Dungeon Gen, RPG crafting. Are you ultimately planning to bundle all these into little subsystems into a game? Meneliki, you know it. April 1st through April 8th. I'm probably only gonna do April 1st, April 5th. The Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023 is a 7-day game jam where you try and make a first-person grid-based dungeon crawler game. And so my goal is to build up some tooling so that I can do this a little bit with a little bit less stress in my life. Yeah, so I'm planning to do this. This happens to fall during my school spring break, which you know what that means. Streamathon. We're gonna be doing a streamathon this week, probably 50 hours worth of stream during this week here, and so I'm pretty excited about that. My goal is to live stream the entire creation of my submission for this dungeon crawler. That's right, Corfless, a streamathon, Captain Coder, streamathon. Like now that I've said it, I kind of have to commit to that. So we'll see. So I hope we do it. Shiny says, I finalized my dev build yesterday during night, PogChamp. So now it's time for a big refactoring. You know what I have to say about that, Shiny Games? Whoa, that's right, Corfless. I'm sorry. You're not the captain enough. You're gonna have to do the redeem.
Whoa.
Moon says, hey Captain, why do programmers prefer dark mode? I don't know, Moonez. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. That's a good one. Oh, I need to have like a jokes command where we can add jokes that I like to it. Ooh, note to self. I need a note to self command as well that I can add jokes in it. That's a solid joke, Moon. I really, really like that one. Oh yeah, I need a jokes command. 10 out of 10 would retell. Corflix, do you want me to add it? Corflix, I'm actually using Firebot these days, and so the command is going to be a little bit different. So it's not going to be a Stream Elements command. It's one of the reasons that I kind of want to get a little bit, I want to move away from Stream Elements if I can. That said, Firebot is awesome. If you happen to write a jokes command in Firebot, I don't know how you would do it in this command, but the jokes command would like store things in a database somehow. I don't know exactly what it is, but if you were able to figure out how to do it, I would love that. That'd be awesome. I just don't, I don't know how. You might have to download Firebot to do it, but I know you can send people the commands and stuff you make in there. Yeah, so good stuff, good stuff. So this, let's see if this will, by the way, Firebot is awesome. Use PhantomBot, gotcha. Firebot, I've just, it's blown my mind away a little bit. Blow my mind is maybe a little bit strong, but Firebot's very, very great. I'm really enjoying it. All right, we got this one done here. So Tani Duststuff asks, why do all space shuttles run on Linux? I don't know, Tani. Why do all space shuttles run on Linux? ND Maker. Andy Maker X, Andy Maker, Andy Maker X, I thank you for the follow. Andy Maker, I appreciate you. Andy Maker, welcome to the crew. Andy Maker, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday to you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming. So happy to have you here. In this stream, backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. We're here to learn and grow together as a crew. So welcome aboard, and I hope you feel welcome here. Tani originally asked, why do all space shuttles run on Linux? Tony says, because you can't have Windows in space. Oh, that's a burn. That's a Windows burn there. Metallic says, I mean, you can, but it's a solid joke. That's true. You can have Windows in space. They just have to stay closed. Interesting. Maybe it's because oh, Tony, how about this? You could rewrite it because you can't open Windows in space. How about that? Because you can't open Windows in space. Mooney says, why did the programmer go broke? Because he used up all his cash. Exactly. Menelik says, the Geth would agree with you, though. They're a structural weakness. That's right. Thank you for the woe, Tani. Thank you for the woe. All right, folks, what are we doing now? We got this test done. Okay, so let's look at our design document. Which thing is next on our design document? All right, so we just did this one. We did this one. We done did this one. We done did this one. Now we need to be able to move things within the container. All right, so moving things within the container. Mooney says, all right, enough jokes from me. Moon I could never get enough jokes from you, but I understand. You need to take a break. You need to calm down. That said, folks, attention all lurkers. Do you know who Mooniz is? Do you know the Moonman Man? Do you know the Mooniz Man? Mooniz, folks. Mooniz, absolutely fabulous game developer. Incredible streamer, currently working on a Metroidvania game. Are you gonna call it Moonvania? I think that's what you had said. You're gonna call it Moonvania, or is that just a working title? Working on it, but give Mooniz a follow, folks. Mooniz has taught me everything I know about Unity. He's been here helping us out all along the way. Very important member of the crew. Give him a follow, folks. Give him a follow. Because Mooniz is fantastic game developer, fantastic streamer, enjoyable. I love being in that stream. During my lunch break, I often am able to make it. So Mooniz, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your stream, and thank you for teaching us all so much stuff. Absolutely love it. Work in progress title is Moonvania. Gotcha. Okay. We are writing a test here, and this one is going to be for our move. We want to move things inside of the container. All right. So in this case, and I guess we should call this try move because all of this stuff is not triad. These should all be try moves. Right? So all these should be try methods because they return a bool. So I'm renaming them try. And it returns true if the state of the container has changed. That's sort of the thought I'm having here. Moon says, thank you for being here too. Would be very quiet in this channel without me. That's true. It would be very quiet without me here. That's okay. Some people, I think some people, I don't know what I was gonna say. Have you ever gone to try and make a joke and you reach down into the bowels of your consciousness and then there's nothing there? That's what just happened to me. Tawny says Luxvania, League of Legends character, Luxvania. Here we go. Make this a little bit bigger. The test I want to write is for movement now. So moving in between. Okay, so let's do this. Lux means moonlight. Gotcha. I learned something new today. I did not know that. Lux means moonlight as far as my lexicon goes. Your lexicon? What is a lexicon? How do I know that word? Look, where do words come from? No one knows. They just do. They spring out of the ground. Lux is a measurement of light. Gotcha. I thought that was it's like a lumen. Lumen is a measurement of light, isn't it? So like more than one lumen, is that a lux? Move. We're gonna go with move item. Test attempting to move an item to a position that is a lux is a measurement of light equal to 1 lumen per square meter. Fascinating. Test attempt to move an item into a position that is empty. Okay. In this case, we'll go with our simple woodwork, and we got to add something to it. Oh, well, first let's try. No. This is we're testing one thing at a time. CC woodwork dot add item new. Oh, we already added a boat in here. We're not going to make this one take anything in, so it's going to add at 0, 0, and then we're going to try moving a new. Yeah, try move 0, 0 to new position 1, 1. Assert true. So we should be able to do that. We should be able to pull things out and check that they have a thing at position. So we should assert dot false that cc2.woodwork dot has item at new position, new polygon collider, new position 0, 0, and that we do have something at position 1, 1, and that the item at that assert dot r equal boat abort and cc dot try or item at, we're going to index the item at new position 1, 1. So all of these things should be true. Assert dot true, assert dot r equal 1 comma, and then the number of things that we have, woodwork dot positions dot count, and then that there is exact assert dot r equal, one more time, boat. So this should be new position 1, 1 comma boat, and cc2.woodwork dot positions dot to array at position 0. All right, So we're gonna move an item. This test, moving that item, moves it to a reasonable spot and does it. And I like the idea here. Why can't I make a position that way? Tani, oh, sorry, I missed some stuff here. Tani does stuff, says, in prominent mythology, I've seen Luna and Lux tied together various times. Perhaps that's why I got it a bit confused. No worries. When it says, but yes, in Latin, Lux also means light, just not moonlight. Gotcha. Moon is also says Luna is moon in Latin. Over on YouTube, Pat. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm so sorry if I got it wrong. Says hello, Pat. Happy Wednesday to you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Moon says, fun fact, I had a bot called Lunar Boot. Lunar Boot. It's the Lunar bot. Lunar Boot. I like that. I like that name. The Lunar Boot. Tani does stuff. Was it a leather boot? Moon says it was a bot. Tanya says a shining leather boot orbiting the Earth. Oh no, we've been going 75 minutes, folks. It's almost time for a break. It's almost time for a break. Christoph Howard in the house. We got Christoph Howard in the crew. Welcome back, Christoph. So happy to have you here today. How are you, my friend? How are you on this beautiful Wednesday? I hope it's a beautiful Wednesday for you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's morning here for me, folks, but good morning to you. We are writing some tests. We're writing tests and implementing this here. But so happy to have you here, Christoph. How are you, my friend? How is it? How does it do? How does it do? How it do? Christoph says today is SAT day, so my first period class is in a study hall. Gotcha. Are you are you studying right now? Enumerate. Welcome back, my friend. Enumerate. It's going fabulously well, Enumerate. I love that name. I think that might be one of my favorite names ever. I'm jealous of it. Maybe I should have taken that name. It's going fabulously well, Enumerate. How are you, my friend? Welcome back. So nice to see you again on this beautiful Wednesday. Christoph says better than last week. I'm glad it's better than last week. It's getting better all the time, I hope. And then when it's not getting better, I hope it switches to getting better like very shortly thereafter. All right, so what are we doing here? We're writing this test. I was thinking, can I make this? It's saying there's something about constants. I really want it. Can structs be constants? I don't think that's true. Const position p equals new position 1 1. No, it can't. The expression being assigned. Can I make structs constant types? Can structs be constants in C#? I don't want them to be. User-defined types, including class structs, cannot be constants. Use the read-only modifier to create a class struct or array that is initialized one time at runtime. Ooh, I want to try a thing. Folks. We're gonna try to make a read-only struct. Let's see if this works here. Enumerate says, it's an honor. Been good today, took a nap and went grocery shopping. It's been ridiculously hot here in Australia. So praying for some cooler weather soon. I'll hope for some cool weather for you as well, my friend. I live in the desert. It gets pretty warm here sometimes. We had last summer it got up to, I think, 100. So not as hot as some places in Australia, I'm sure. It did get up to like 115, and there were like 2 porta potties that melted, and it was on the news all over the place here. It cracked me up. The Jibster's back. Good morning. Welcome back, Jibster. So happy to have you here. I'm so happy I can be a part of your morning, my friend. I'm so happy that you are a part of my morning as well. It's always lovely to see you here, Jibster. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. I hope you're doing well. How the heck are you? Let's see if this build will work. I'm really curious here. Predefined. Looks like maybe we can't do this. Build failed. Predefined type is not defined. Okay, so in .NET, all right, so in .NET 2.1, we can't make read-only structs. Good to know. Good to know. The compiler stopped us there, folks. It's not imported, so we can't use this. That would cause a problem in Unity, so we're not going to do that. Enumerate says, that does feel relatable. Hope we're staying cool. Thankfully, we're walking into autumn now, so hopefully we'll get some rain. Shiny Games, 115 is 41.1C, if you were wondering. Good, thank you, Shiny. Thank you for doing that conversion for us. Yes. That's Fahrenheit. I live in the United States where we use an insane temperature, lots of insane measurements like miles and feet and yards. One of my favorite things is measuring things in yards. As a kid, I didn't quite realize how hilarious that was, but the idea of, it's 3 yards long. 3 yards long. That's a real measurement that we use here. And it's used so often, in fact, that you have these things called yard sticks that are 1 yard long, and people use them for measuring things. Shiny says, connection between fingers and brain doesn't compute right now. That's okay. That's okay. Jib says, if you ever want to bring on another dev for an interview conversation, I would love to. Jibster, ooh, I love that. I think I mentioned it before. And anyone who's listening, I do want to, at some point, I want to try and do like a webcast. That's what it's called. Not a podcast, but a webcast where I bring people in to teach me stuff. And it's like a little conversation about like your system. You're gonna teach me how like something you programmed worked. I would love that. Gypster. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but this summer, as we get closer to summer, I want to try and do that when I have a little bit more time, when I'm not teaching. I would love to try that. Tony Dust says, what the heck is a kilometer? Well, it's 1,000 meters. Is that right? Kilo means 1,000. All right, so this didn't work, so we got to go back here. Unity, are you still building? I wanted to see if we can get a const there. That's okay. All right, so to get more testing in here, I'm going to do an int from row, int to row, int int from row from call, int to row, int to call, and we can do another set of test cases here. Test case like this. We go 0, 0, 2, 1, 1. And maybe, you know what, I'm gonna do these in pairs so that in the output code it reads a little bit better. Like this. And this will be row call from row call to, like this. Can I do that? An attribute argument must be a constant. That's annoying. These aren't constants. That's okay. We won't do this. We're not gonna do this. We ain't gonna do it. Ain't gonna happen. I don't like it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Christoph Howard says, a way of measurement. Tawny Does Stuff says, Americans will use anything ranging from 8 hot dogs longs to 3 football fields wide, but not the metric system. Gypsy says, we call that freedom of units. Exactly. There is a, there are places in the United States where they use metric, and you'll use metric or the metric system, and your phone will pick it up as you're driving through a place and switch. Suddenly it'll start reporting in Celsius, or it'll start reporting distances in kilometers instead of miles. It's fascinating. Like little cities, there's little towns and little cities that has been like, well, we're going to the metric system, which, you know, they're being the what do we call that? Futurists. Christoph Howard says, never the metric system. The Gypster says, science tech mostly uses metric system in America. Just generally stuff uses freedom units. That's right. Freedom units. The units, they measure our freedom. All right, so the move here should fail. Let's give it a check here, run all. And this is our test move here. We don't implement this move. Returns true when it successfully moves something. In addition here, we did actually check that it actually moved, not just that it returns true, but it actually moves. So first thing we're gonna say is if our grid dot contains something in from. So if it doesn't contain anything in from, ooh, it needs to be both. If it doesn't contain anything in, if it contains something in from, if it doesn't contain something in both of these, so it needs to be in both. Grid contains something in from, and grid contains something in to. And we'll put a not in front of this. Put a not in front of this. We could use De Morgan's law here. We could use De Morgan's law, folks. Contains key. Let me ask a question. Who can tell me, using De Morgan's law, how would we rewrite this statement here, folks? We're gonna go on break. We're gonna go on break because I do have to take a break here. But we have this statement here. It's not from and to. So we need to have one from both from and to. And if that's not the case, return false. I could write this another way using De Morgan's law. Does anyone know how to rewrite this using De Morgan's law? How to rewrite using De Morgan's law? We're gonna learn something today. We're gonna learn De Morgan's law, folks. I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. We're out of coffee here. We're almost at the end. We're almost where we need to take a break. Let's see. What did it say? It's been 85 minutes since we last took a break, so we're gonna take a break, folks. I shall return when we get back. When we get back, I'm gonna do some stretches. You're gonna do some stretches. So get your whole family ready. Get your whole family ready. Call them up. If you don't live with your mom, if you don't live with your dad, if you're at school, maybe you're in a study hall right now. Maybe you're in a study hall right now. Be like, all right, folks, Captain's gonna have a stretch, everybody. Let's take a quick stretch break from all our studying and let's stretch with the captain. But I shall return. I'm gonna get some more bean water and we'll be back. We shall be back. If I can spell coffee right. All right, folks, I'm back. Thank you for hanging on with me. Thank you for hanging on. We are back. We are back, and you know what that means? You know that means we are going to get some stretchage in. If you're a programming troll like I am, maybe I should stop calling myself a troll. If you live a sedentary lifestyle like me, if you're hunched over your computer all day, if you are hunched over your computer all day working, you're doing damage to yourself. You're damaging your body. You're damaging your body. So we gotta get on up. Get on up with me, folks. We're gonna get on up. We're gonna take a quick stretch and we're gonna get back to it. So you wanna take care of yourself. You wanna take care of yourself. Over on YouTube, Dima asked, try move is always returning false. Is it Norm? We're in the process of implementing it, Dima. So thank you so much. Neutral over on YouTube says, hi, Captain. Hi, Mooners. Hello, Neutral. Happy Wednesday to you. We're just about to get some stretchage in. We're just about to get our stretchage in. So everyone get on up with me. We're going to take care of our bodies. Captain loves you. You in the back. Hey. You in the back. Pay attention. I love you in the back. You got to take care of yourself. Get on up with me. We're going to do a little bit of stretchage. All right, we're going to take our arm, bring it across. We're stretching out right here. This muscle here. Up and around. Bring it across. Pull it back. Pull it back across and back. If it hurts, if you feel pain, you're pulling too hard, do not hurt yourself. You should feel a little bit of tension here as you're pulling across. Oh, yeah. And if you want to, you can actually get your waist and lean the opposite direction you're pulling, and you should get a nice stretch in. Get a nice stretch. You're gonna take care of our bodies. We're gonna take care of our bodies, folks. Don't lock that elbow. Arm straight, but not locked. Locking the elbow is gonna keep the blood from flowing. And our whole goal here is keep the blood flowing through our body. Keep ourselves in shape so we don't get those repeated stress injuries, which are so easy to get when you're sitting around at a computer all day, or sitting at a desk all day, or not getting up and moving. All right, we're gonna hold this 5 more seconds, then we're gonna switch sides, folks. You can even move those fingers, jangle those fingers around a little bit. Right. Release and bring this other one across. I hope you're doing these stretches. I hope you got your friends in there. I hope you're stretching with your fish. If you have a fish, I hope you're stretching with your fish. Bring it across this way. Oh yeah, that's a good stretch. This one is a lot less, this is my left side. So interesting, my right side is so much less flexible. The tension's always come so much earlier. Yeah, stretching with the fish. That's right, Moon. Is if you have a fish, you have your aquarium, I hope you're stretching with those fish. Getting those fish. Gotta get the blood flowing in the fish. You know how it is. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't know what I mean. Only the nose knows. That's what I've heard. The nose knows what I mean. And that's why fish smell that way, because the nose knows. Oh, we're gonna let that one go? All right, folks. Next, we're gonna stretch our forearm muscle. Take those fingertips, arms straight out. Don't lock the elbow. Straight but not locked. Arm out. Grab those fingertips and pull slowly back until you feel tension on that forearm there. You don't want to hurt yourself again. If you feel pain in the wrist or anywhere, it's not too much. Do fish have tight muscles? Yes. They're basically just one big muscle. That's not true. There's a lot of fatty fish which are delicious. But those fish, they use their whole bodies to produce locomotion. You got to imagine they got really, really strong muscles. Tani says, my pet rock is also stretching. It's fantastic. I'm so happy for your pet rock, Tani. I'm so happy your pet rock's getting the love it deserves. Getting the love it deserves. I love you, you love you, and if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you're going to stretch that body out. All right, roll out that wrist a little bit. And we're going to grab our fingertip this time, pull down. It's going to stretch across the top. This one's easy to hurt the wrist, so don't pull back. You want to pull down. Pull down, not back. If you're pulling toward yourself too much, you're going to damage your wrist. So just make sure there's no tension in the wrist. It should all be along the forearm. Sorry, not the forearm, the top of your arm here. I forget whatever this muscle's called. All right. Just hold that. We're going to hold that for 20 seconds, folks. Get a nice stretch in. Oh, it feels good. I love it. I love it. Kobold asks, do rocks have tight muscles? Rocks have the tightest muscles from what I understand. Moon is, I'm going to make me some tea, BRB. Enjoy your tea, my friend. Make sure you bring it up for the whole class. Bring it up for the whole class. But yeah, Kobold, as far as I understand, rocks have the tightest muscles of all of the creatures. All right, let's roll that out. We're going to switch sides now. Switch to the other side. Grab that arm. Straighten that arm out. Don't lock. Again, you want to keep the blood flowing if you lock it. Moon is, I'm not sharing my tea. Come on, Moon is. I thought we were friends. All right, grab those fingertips and pull on back. Pull on back until you feel a little bit of tension. Once again, hold it tight. Hold it tight. Once you feel that tension, hold it. If the tension starts relaxing a little, just pull back a little bit more. Don't hurt yourself, though. No pain. Should be no pain. No pain. I know they say no pain, no gain, but in this case, no pain for the stretch. You don't want any pain here. That's actually damaging yourself. Oh, it should feel good, though. Does it feel good? It feels good for me. Does it feel good for you? Tony says, if you don't agree to sharing, I'm gonna have to stealthily borrow it. Ooh, stealthily borrow. Yeah. No such thing as stealing. Only stealthily borrow. Moody says, sharing with friends possibly, but the whole class, I thought you were friends with the whole crew. Whole crew. Let's roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. We're gonna go down this time. Fingertips down. You go and pull down just a little. Oh, that one feels good. If you angle your arm up a little bit, you get a little bit stronger of a stretch as well. But again, don't lock that elbow. Keep that elbow unlocked, but arm straight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Doesn't it feel good? Feels good. Feels good, man. Feels good. I like it. I like it. I hope you like it. Mooney says, I don't have enough tea bags for the whole class, so you'll get to share a single tea bag. Perfect. Perfect. That's all we need. One tea bag. Just gotta let it steep for 9 hours and perfect. One nice brew. Oh. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. Now we know we're gonna do my favorite shoulder rolls. Shoulder rolls, everyone. Shoulders up, back, and down. We're gonna start with the back. We're gonna add elbows and full arms. So back, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4 with the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. All right, folks, shake it out. Shake it out. Thank you so much for joining me in that stretch. I hope you're taking care of yourself. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm having a beautiful, wonderful day. That stretch, oh, I needed it. I needed it. And for joining me in this stretch, folks. I appreciate you. 50 points to all of you. I know you did it. I know you were back there stretching with me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I love you. You should love you. And now your body loves you. I'm gonna hop back into coding. Tony says, I'm gonna repost my answer to the question again. No problem. Yeah, so the question we had was, how do we, using De Morgan's law. So De Morgan's law is a law that says, if you have a knot, so you have a set of all ands or all ors. If a set of all ands or all ors, if you put a knot in front of it, this can be rewritten by basically pushing the knot inside. So this is the same as not from, or not to. These would be the same thing. So these two expressions are identical as far as the way they evaluate. So we can write this a little bit different. So this one for me, it says that both of these aren't true, where we might rewrite it that says, well, if this one's false or this one is false. So De Morgan's law says that's the case. All right, so Tani, yes. In fact, you had the correct answer, my friend. So 50 points to you. 50 points to you, Tani. 50 points. Thank you for your answer. Great work, my friend. Great work. So I like this one. It says, well, if from doesn't have anything, we're going to return false. Or if this other one doesn't have anything. So they both have to have something in them. That's actually not true. I want it. Is that true? So I have this wrong anyway. So yes, it's true about De Morgan's law. I want it if one of them. All right, but the real question is, only one must have something. So I want not only one, at least one has something. So that one's a little different than that. This is saying both have to have it. I want to say if one of them has it, then we can do something. Dramelstein used the single bar or. This one does not short circuiting. So in fact, I actually care. What I want is if they both do not have something. So if grid 1 doesn't contain any, if the from position doesn't contain anything, and this position doesn't contain anything, so it's if they both. A NOR gate. Yeah, we don't have those, and I don't think we have a NOR gate. Can we do XORs in C#? XORs, C#. Do we have XORs? Oh, we do have, oh, but this is for binaries. This isn't gonna be, oh, it is gonna be, can I do that? I don't like that. This is just gonna confuse people. This one instead, I'm gonna say if there's nothing in the from position and there's nothing in the to position, this is one. So again, I could rewrite this as not or on both of these, but this is saying at least one position must have something. But Dima, yes, thank you so much for participating as well. Thank you very much. I'd give you some points. But unfortunately, there's no pointages on YouTube. But thank you for participating. Oh yeah, and I forgot. Before we get too far, I gotta reset my break timer. We did just take a break. We're gonna reset that here. So at least one must have something. So if neither of them has something, we swap them out like this. Otherwise, we need to update their positions. We need to move those things in there. Okay, so next we're gonna say, all right, well, I need to get the value. I need to get the value out of each one of these positions. So this is a little tricky as well. So I know if there's something there, I'm going to have to return true. But now I have to actually do the operation of what it means to do it. So this is our case where we're gonna return false. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Now, we want to swap those two positions. One of the things is, well, what if one of these doesn't have something in them? So we sort of have this case of if they both have something, we need to swap them. If just one of them has something, we need to swap them. Yeah, Kobold, I'm so sorry. There's no way for me to give points to YouTube people watching on YouTube. I wish there was. As far as I am aware, there's not a way that I can award you points. And it's because of the way the chat system on YouTube works. It doesn't let me know who's actually in the chat. Unless, I guess I could try and do something where it detects when you type stuff, we could give you points. When you participate, maybe I could do that. That's a thought. I hadn't thought about that. Ooh, that's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thought, Kobold. I have an idea. We're not gonna do it today, but I have an idea on how I could get points over on the YouTube system as well. Ooh, I've got an idea. Maybe it will work. I'm not sure if that idea will work, but we're gonna try it out. Ooh, we got a follower. We got Suniyama. Thank you for the follow to Suniyama. I appreciate you. To Suniyama. Thank you for the follow. I'm so happy you're in the crew. To Suniyama, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you weren't aware of it, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. Captain Coder likes to teach people how to program. I'm a computer science educator by trade. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask, and I'd be happy to entertain the question. Just keep the questions family friendly, my friend. And then, well, everything will work out. Also, backseat coding is highly encouraged. So what are we trying to do right now? We're trying to implement a crafting system. You want to learn how to make a game. Awesome. Well, you might be in a good place for that. We have lots of people here making games, coding, learning stuff. I'm in the middle of making a crafting system. If you want to check out what we've done so far, there's not a lot of visual aspect to this, but we do have ourselves a little blog I'm putting together talking about how we're doing. Can I see how many lines your program? It's not that many lines right now. I think maybe 100 or so. Not that many. We're trying to write a crafting system in 7 days here. 7 days. So this is the general idea. is we're gonna have crafting containers that are 2-dimensional. They can have empty spaces like this. And the crafting containers, you put items in it, you hit combine, you hit craft, and it sort of determines whether or not that thing can produce another thing. So there's essentially going to be four majors, really 3 things: crafting container, crafting category, and shapeless recipe. So the recipes don't need to be put in, the items don't need to be put in a specific order. And so this is sort of documenting, if you will, each day's journey thus far. So not that many lines of code. My position file has 3 lines of code, really 1 line of code. Our crafting container, we're working on this under 100 lines. Not that lines of code mean all that much for what it's worth. Fewer lines of code is better in my opinion. And then our essentially shapeless recipes, under 50 lines of code still. So not a lot. Horadric cube. I'm not sure what that is. What is a Horadric cube? That sounds fascinating. I think someone may have mentioned, is that a Minecraft thing? All right. What is the left tab? Items.cs. Oh, this is just an interface. Just an interface and an implementation. Item right now is just a name. Not that much. It's like a Horadric cube. Gotcha. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. I don't know what that is. It's a crafting cube in the Diablo series. Oh, I do know what that is. Gotcha. I have played Diablo. Yes, it's like that. Similar to that. Okay. So yeah, we're working on try move. There's some different cases here. So if both spots are occupied, swap them. If only one spot is occupied, move that one spot. So right here, we know that at this point, at least one position is occupied. And so I'm gonna write a little thing here that says, okay, at least I'm gonna do a little bit of maybe a dumb thing there. Suniyama asks, how to construct a game. What is public bool try move? Good question. Try move in our document, we are trying to write this right here. So we have a container that has stuff in it, and you want to be able to take something that's already in the container and move it to a different spot in the container. So you want to be able to move things around inside the container. Does that make sense? Kobold says, sorry, it's an item from Diablo 2 that is a magic cube that fuses items into bigger items. I actually knew that. I've played Diablo 2. I just didn't like, my brain. It was deep there in the recesses of my brain. Kobold, nothing to apologize about, my friend. There's no reason to apologize. I hope that answered your question, Suniyama. Suni. Is it okay if I call you Suni? Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Suniyama is a little hard for me to pronounce, so let me know if it's okay if I call you Suni or anything. Let me know how you would like me to pronounce your name, or if I'm pronouncing it correct. I do like to try and get the names correct. All right, so I'm gonna write something which feels kind of dumb here that says if they're both occupied. So if grid.contains key from and grid.contains key to. So if we have them both, I know I can get those values out and swap them. I know I can swap them. And so I'm gonna do we have 2 things here. This is gonna be an item. So this is a T from item and a T to item. And this is going to be grid at from and grid at to. So I know for sure they're both there, so I can pull them out this way. Suniyama, it's okay. You don't have anything to apologize about. I want to make sure I get the name correct though, or say a name that you are comfortable with. If you're comfortable with the way I'm pronouncing it, that's okay as well. Thank you for giving me permission to call you Suni. I appreciate that. I'm going to call you Suni. But yeah, if you would like me to call you something else, don't hesitate. Let me know. So this would say grid at 2 is equal to from item, and grid at from is equal to 2 items. So this will effectively swap those positions. Can I do this? I'm curious. Can I put this here and this here? There we go. I can do that. I can do that. Kobold says, I need to go do stuff now. Thanks for being very entertaining. You're welcome, Kobold. Kobold, have yourself a beautiful day. You are always welcome back by the captain. If you want to catch another stream in the future, you are always welcome here at the Academy. Have a beautiful day, Kobold. You are welcome back anytime, my friend. Anytime. Okay, all right, so in this case, this is where we have both. I'd really like to find a slightly better way to do this. Else, if grid dot contains key from, we need to do the following. Where we say grid dot to is equal to grid dot from, and then we need to remove the key from. TLK crazy aces, crazy aces, crazy aces. Crazy Aces is here in the crew. The captain is happy to meet you. Crazy Aces, I welcome thee. I hope you're as happy as can be. Crazy Aces, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain them. Just keep the questions family friendly. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. We're here to learn and grow as a community, as a crew. We're trying to teach ourselves something new every day. All right, so in this case, we have a key here like this, and then finally we do an else if grid dot contain, and this one really should be if, we don't need that here. This should be grid dot contains key 2. We're gonna swap these out here. So grid from is equal to grid 2. And so maybe it should position 0, position 1, but we should be able to swap these. So does this sort of make sense here? I need to delete the key from the from position here. So grid at from grid dot remove key would be from, and then down here it would be grid dot remove 2 like this. Moon is put some what is that? Is that hiragana? Is that hiragana? I'm learning Japanese slowly but surely. Is that hiragana or is that kanji? It looks like hiragana to me. Be careful with that because I don't know exactly what this is. I trust you, Mooniz. I trust you, Mooniz. But we got to be careful when we do that. I wish I could pronounce that though. But I'm so happy you're here. I want hiragana indeed. Awesome. Yeah. So I have tried to learn Japanese. I had tickets to go to the Olympics in Tokyo in 2020 before the world shut down. So unfortunately I didn't get to go, but I was trying to learn Japanese, and so that looks like hiragana. And then of course I didn't continue my studies, so I know nothing at this point. It says that's cool. Awesome. So I know Ohio gozaimasu. I know that. And iyo tenki desu ne. How is the weather? I knew that one at some point. Can't remember. Tani says, I understand many phrases. I do not, unfortunately. I know nani. I've heard that one. I've seen that one. Okay. But not kanji / hiragana. That's right. Nani? I love me some good anime, folks. Love me some good anime. Okay. So these, I think, are our 3 cases. Hood is he hard? Hood, naze. Omae wa mushinderu. Let's be careful, because I want to make sure we're, I trust you. I know we're not saying anything inappropriate. So if you post something in another language, be sure to also post the translation. Okay, you did. You're already dead. Gotcha. That's funny. That's from what? Fist of the North Star. I used to, when I was younger, like that movie / show. Was it a show? I saw the movie, I think. I think it was probably a little too violent for the young captain. Before I was the captain, when I was, a wee coder. All right, so I think this will implementation work. I really don't like this chunk here. I'd like to have a more an easier to read version of that. But let's see how we did. Test move item. It still fails. Test attempting to move a position that is move an item to a position. All right, so let's check out but was null. Open error line. Oh, I don't want, that's interesting. I wanted to open it here. Line 129. All right, so it's line 129 here. Boat, but was null. Fascinating. Tony says, oh no, the inner weeb is awakening from dormancy. Exactly. Hood, thank you so much for chat, my friend. Welcome aboard. It says you're a first-time chatter. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, my friend. I'm happy to entertain anything you might be curious about. Okay, so this is interesting. It did assert true here, it asserted false here, it asserted true here. But now, item at must not be implemented. Yeah, item at isn't implemented. All right, so that one should be relatively easy. This one should be just, I think, try get. So get grid.try get value with our position and out results. Yeah, we could just do a forward on this one. So we do our expression definition, expression body definition there. Okay. Oh, this is try item at. This is just item at. In this one, I think we could do grid at position, like that. All right. Suniyama asked, how to connect those pages on top. When you say page on top, do you mean these tabs? Or you'll have to be a little bit more specific for me. And I'm gonna butcher this name. Everyone's gonna hate me. Naruto, is it Naruto? I always say Naruto. Nande dati bayu. Is that like in English he says, what does he say in English? It's like, what's the translation? I always forget what it is. I usually don't forget what it is. I usually think it's funny when he says it. I forget now. The English dub. It's not the English translation. It's in the dub. That's okay. Believe it. That's what it is. It's like, believe it. That's what he says. Believe it. I used to post. That's right. It's believe it. So I always thought that was a funny thing to post in various places. Just all right. So we have that done. Now we got to get this remove working. We could try and refactor this later. So the nice thing is this is passing, so maybe I don't touch it. It feels kind of gross to me. But maybe we leave it for now. What do people think? Is this code ugly? This code feels really ugly to me. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. I usually don't like having if statements. I usually don't like having statements changed like this. That's okay. I think I'm okay with this. Try move, try item at. The last thing we got to implement is remove. Remove. All right, so the last thing to implement is remove. We're gonna come over to the crafting container here. Stuni, I think you're asking how do you connect these at the top? These will automatically open if I open up a new file. And so it just puts them up there at the top for me. So I can like tab to between them. Is that a smelly chunk of code? I don't know if there's a much better way to do it though, Moon. Is the one thing I can think is this piece here. Because I want to check if both spots are occupied, swap them. How to access them. Yeah, when I double click, when I open up a file, it puts there. Just wanted to call your code smelly. To me, it has a smell to it. To me, this feels like a code smell because it's not particularly human readable. I don't like that I have to do this if both spots are occupied. Otherwise, swap just the otherwise, move just the occupied slot position. So I could do this. Return true here. All right, true. If they're both contained, otherwise, we get rid of this if here. And what I could do is occupied spot. MMPug, do you mean how can you call a method or use a variable from another script? How to access them? Yeah. So I don't quite understand the question. If we can get a clarity on that, I'd be happy to try and answer your question. So I apologize for not understanding the question. We have. Okay, so I could do this. Position occupied, position empty. So we can figure out which one is occupied here. So we'll say if the grid contains a key at from, the occupied is from to, otherwise we have to from, like that. So determine the occupied position like this, and then we do grid at empty equals grid at occupied, and grid dot remove occupied. Ooh, what do we think of that? I like that. That feels more readable to me. What do you think, Muniz? Do you think this is more readable than what I had previously? So previously I had the series of, all right, so we had this. All right, so which is more readable, folks? Let's put them side by side. Can I do this? Yeah, let's do side by side. And we'll determine which one is try move 2. So I had this. Which code is more human readable? Oh, and of course it's blocked by my chat. Hang on, let's turn the chat off the screen just for a second. I'll turn it back on. You think the new one's more confusing? That's fair. That's fair. This is why I was asking. So this one here, we find the occupied and empty positions. And then we put the thing that was occupied into the empty position, and then we get rid of the thing in the occupied. That's fair though. That's why I wanted to ask. Sometimes you get sort of lost in your own thing. It's the tuple row that I find very confusing. This row here. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Gotcha. Okay, so we're gonna go then with this other version because I think this one is just easier. I don't like that I have this repeated code, but it reads top to bottom fine. Oh, you don't know how to construct. All right. So Suni, if you want to learn C#, here's some good resources. If you're starting out, we got some good resources here. Aditya, Aditya over on YouTube, hello, it's good morning from me to you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be. Good afternoon, good evening to you, Aditya. Welcome aboard, welcome to Captain Coders Academy. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. So these are the resources that I often recommend when learning C# specifically. So I have a workbook that I'm in the process of writing. This one will get you the basics of coding. So I have this workbook that I'm putting together. I use this in my class. It doesn't teach object-oriented programming. It teaches the basics of C#. So if you're absolute beginner, this is a good workbook to start out with. It does target young students. So ages like 10 through like 14 are the ages of my students. The book I always recommend, this is the best Learn C# book, the C# Player's Guide here. This book is fantastic. It's about $30 USD. So about $30. This is the best Learn to Program C# book out there for the absolute beginner. Highly recommended it. $30 can be cost prohibitive for some people. So a good alternative is the yellow book. This is a completely free book. There's a completely free PDF copy of this book you can get. This book is also very good. So highly recommend these two books. This book is amazing. So good for learning C# end to end. And then this one here is completely free and also quite good. But these focus on C# specifically. I always recommend learning programming first. Learn a little bit of programming first. Then after you've learned how to do a little bit of programming, add some game design in there. Trying to learn programming and Unity at the same time can be very challenging and overwhelming. And if you find that to be overwhelming, I recommend focusing on the coding aspect first and then try and add it in. So spend like 20 to 40 hours learning the basics of programming before you try and hop into something like Unity. That's not saying it's impossible. I just think it's very difficult to do otherwise. And so if you find yourself being overwhelmed by everything, these are a good place to start. So I hope that's helpful. But yeah, thank you for asking. So happy to help you out there. All right, so try remove. We settled on this. I like this. It reads fine. I tend to not like these booleans. Might be easier to read if they were like defined as a variable, but then I have to like, you don't get the short circuiting on this whole thing if I define them outside. So we're gonna leave them like this. Okay. And it's really not that bad. I'm just very pedantic. Try remove. And I don't know if pedantic's the right word. I'm not a wordologist, so if the word's not pedantic, that's okay. Try remove is the last thing we need to do. So in our design document, so we've done adding things in here. That's left over. That's left over. Thank you, Muniz, for your contributions. 50 points, my friend. That's right, Christoph. I am not a wordologist. I got it right, Tani. Tani, for looking up that definition. 50 points to you, my friend. Christoph says, does not seem like wordologist. It's a person who studies words. And I'm not a studier of words. I'm a codeologist. I'm a studier of code. MMO Pug, chat. Oh, thank you so much, MMO Pug. I appreciate that. I forgot. I did set that up so everyone could do it. I appreciate you, MMO Pug. MMO Pug, thank you so much for the help. MMO Pug, 50 points to you. 50 points to MMO Pug. Tony says, I'm very used to looking up words with the absurd amount of light novels I read. Fantastic. All right, so we've implemented adding, we implemented moving, we implemented checking if there's already stuff there. Now we moved in the container. Now all we have left is to remove an item from the container. And so this one should be pretty straightforward as well. We'll do, is there a try remove? Grid.try remove. There is not a try remove. All right, so grid.remove. It returns a bool though. It returns a bool. Let's go look at the remove method. Dictionary remove C#. remove method removes the value specified with the key. Returns true if the element is successfully found and removed, otherwise false. Okay, so this one just becomes, this removed part is the tricky part. We want to give them back the item that was removed from that position. So we can't quite do that with a one-liner here. So instead, I'm gonna use grid dot try get value. Okay, we're gonna do try get value, and we're gonna look up this position, and the out t removed. So out removed. So if it's there, we're gonna set it. Smash My Potatoes asks, what does out do? Excellent question. This is such a good question. I'll explain that in a moment. Let me finish this thought process here. I'm gonna finish this thought process. And this is going to return, I think, at this point I actually have to remove it. So it'd be grid.remove position and then return true. Okay. Great question. Back to lurking. Tawny goes, Tawny, there are many choices to lurk on Twitch, and Captain Coders Academy appreciates you choosing to lurk here. If you at any point feel that you would like to pay attention once again, you are free to unlurk. Smash Potato asks, what does out do? So in C#, this allows us to get a variable, to set a value to a variable inside of a method while still returning a Boolean. So another option might be to do the following. I might do bool, comma t, and get rid of this here. And in this case, I would return, it doesn't like that. I would return true, comma, removed, like this, and false, comma, something like null. Okay, so I could do this. But we're gonna go back. And I'll demonstrate real quick what it does. And so the idea here is this method, I would like to be able to use this method in an if statement. I'd like to be able to use this method in an if statement. So I could do the following. I should be able to write the following code. Let's put this side by side so you can still see it while I'm writing it out here. So this is the try remove. And we're gonna write a test for this. And this is gonna be test try remove. Okay, let's get tests removing items, removing from crafting container. All right. Suni also asks, what is T? So T is a generic type. And so on our container, it's a crafting container of type T. So this is we can specify what types of things we can craft here. And so in this case, down up here, when I create a crafting container, I specifically say, I want this to be a crafting container of items. But you could potentially have something different there that isn't the items. It's a coding standard thing in C#. Yeah, so we're in the process here. So I'm gonna do test try remove. It allows me to do the following. Smash it. I can do if my container dot try remove new, let's go position 0, 0, out item removed. It allows me to do the following. I can put this in an if statement, and when this is true, the removed value gets set. And then I could have another one here that says else, the removed value does not get set if I'm in the else block. So the whole point is to be able to write code like this. This is something that allows you to put it inside of an if statement, but still get a value back from the method. Did that answer your question, Smashed Potatoes? Or Smash My Potatoes. I shouldn't call you Smash Potato. I'm sorry. Smash My Potatoes. Did that answer your question? Perfect, perfect. So you will often, there's lots and lots of methods in C# that have try on them, and they're usually methods that have an out parameter. That said, your method doesn't have to have have to be called try to have an out parameter, but it's a very common practice in C#. Suni, I hope that answered your question as well as far as what T means. Okay. Fun fact, you can define the variable for it. You can. But let's say I did item, it's gonna tell me if I don't initialize the value, it says, hey, I get this one, it says, hey, why don't you, the quick fix, it's giving me a warning saying unnecessary assignment of value. Oh, if I used it then down here, console.log, console.write, syst debug.log removed. If I do this, now it's gonna say, hey, you should inline this. So I think it's actually cooler that you can inline it. But yeah, if the variable's not initialized, it wants you to inline it. You can also just call it like an underscore if you're not gonna use it. For example, right here, I'm gonna say assert false here. So in this case, it should be false because there's nothing there. All right, then I'm gonna add something to it. So I'm gonna do cc dot add, try add item new 0, 0. And we're gonna do a boat. We're gonna add a boat there. Okay, and then we should be able to assert true. Smash Potatoes, I gotta be honest, you better teacher than all my programming professors together, and English isn't my first language. Well, thank you so much for the compliment, Smash Potatoes. I appreciate that compliment. I'm doing that's why we're here. We're here to learn and grow together. We're here to learn and grow together. Now it's during the try add item. Okay, assert true. Assert dot r equal. I was about to get there, Moon is. I was about to get there. Assert dot true cc2 dot has item at new 0, 0. And then we're gonna assert dot art. So I don't need to do that. But we're gonna do a assert true cc2.wordwork dot try remove new 0, 0 and out item removed. Okay, and then we want to assert dot r equal boat and removed. Okay, then we also want to assert dot false cc2 dot has item at new 0, 0 like this. So we're gonna say there shouldn't be an item there anymore, and we should also assert dot like that. Okay, what were the other things? We haven't written a test for swapping the position of two things. Test move item empty like this. This should test adding and removing in a specific location. We're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make this row int column so that we can try several rows, several columns, row, column. All right, we're gonna use the multi-line technique here, folks. Multi-line, multi-cursor jitsu, row, column, boom. And then we're gonna make this test case here, test case 0, 0. Make sure this works in a couple different positions. 1, 1, 2, 1. Let's try 0, 1. So we try a couple different positions just to make sure this will work in more than one spot. Easy to add that in, so there's no reason not to, I suppose. All right, next. We're almost done with this. I wanted to test swapping two items about. Test move swap items. Tests moving items test swapping item using move. Move. Okay, so in this case, we're gonna add a boat at 1-1. We're gonna add a wood at 1-2, and then we're gonna swap them. So then we're gonna do cc2 woodwork dot move try move new 0-0 new 1-2. So we're gonna try swapping those, and we should be able to assert that there's two things in there. So still this line, we're gonna assert the boat should now be at 1-2, and that a wood should be at 0-0 wood. And then I think I'm pretty happy with that. We'll assert that there are still two things in there. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Let's run our tests today. Hopefully they pass okay. Let's run the tests. They don't pass. Oh, it's a good thing I put this in here. Try remove at 2-1 did not work. I would have missed that if I just did 0-0. What's going on with that? We're failing on line 152. Line 152. Expected true was false. 2-1. 2-3. 0-1. Oh, it's because our size is not big enough, so I can't do 2-1. I could do 1-2. That one makes sense that it wouldn't pass because our container wasn't big enough. So I just wrote a bad test. I'll run it. There we go. We have just finished implementing our crafting container, folks. Our crafting container now has a pretty solid implementation. I'm going to drop some of these comments. Let's double check. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. Maybe we should add some documentation. Maybe we can get ChatGPT to add some documentation for us. Format our document here. So we needed it to be able to meet the following criteria. We wrote test to see about adding an item into an empty space. We wrote a thing to test adding items in invalid spaces. We wrote a thing saying adding something to an item that's already there. We don't allow that. We can move inside the container both legal and... Did we test illegal moves? Let's go check. Illegal moves, test move item. We did not test moving the item into an illegal spot. Let's do that real quick. Test attempt to move item to an invalid position. I think this one should be pretty straightforward. Move item invalid. All right, so we're gonna add an item at 0-0. And then we can just try and move it to various positions that are not allowed. So I'm gonna do a test case as well. Int row, int column, like this. And we'll do this row and column here. And we'll do a test case. And oh, we wanna use our, with no corners. The one that's missing the corner so we can test invalid position like that. So we'll put this at 1-1. And then we'll move it. We'll see if we can move it into a couple different test case. 0-0. Each of our corners 3-0, 3-3, and 0-3. So these are the different corners we have for this, and we'll test moving it out of bounds. So -1, -2, -2. Go on the other side for 0 and 0, 4, finally 4, 4. Easy test to write there. I think our implementation still passes it, but we can just validate it, verify it, and then we should hopefully not be surprised by a weird bug later on where it's like, well, why isn't this moving? Well, I know my logic here is right, so it must be in my code. It's most likely to be in code that isn't in this position. All right, folks, we did it. We did it. We finished testing and implementing the crafting container. Cross that one off our lists. All right, come on. Why can't I type here? Why can't I type? Well, that's loading. We're gonna do a commit, folks. We're gonna commit this in. Absolutely awesome that we got that done. I'm gonna revert this change. What is the diff here? Revert change. Add these in. So we implement feet. Oh, we got a seems good chain going. Can we get a seems good? Implement crafting container and tests. Crafting container. Folks, it looks like we're not gonna get that seems good. You gotta get a seems good in there. Can we get a seems good? We did it though. We got our test pass and we just did a commit. We did. Let's push it. So if anyone wants to access that code, we can. Christoph wants to see a seems good. An immortal kid wants to see a seems good. Can we get a seems good? Can we get a seems good? Can we fight?
Seems good.
It does seem good, folks. It does seem good. We done did it. We got that crossed off, and because it feels so good, because it seems so good, 50 points to all of you for witnessing this momentous occasion, this momentous moment. We've got our crafting container done. It's missing a crafting button, but we're gonna implement our recipe database class first. So what is the recipe database going to do? So one of my goals, if we go back to our implementation, our design document here, one of our goals is that we don't want to iterate over all possible recipes. So we do not want to iterate over all possible recipes. We want a quick lookup. So you can imagine a game that has like thousands. MMO Pug asks, is it going to order us some pizza? Is it going to order us some pizza? I wish. That sounds, now I want some pizza. It's, I love breakfast pizza. Does anyone else like breakfast pizza? Pizza is one of those foods that tastes good, warm, hot, and cold. I love me some cold pizza for breakfast. Is that controversial? Is that something that is common amongst other people? I want to know. What do you think? What does the crew think? Is pizza an acceptable breakfast food? Crystal says the bell for the period is soon. Have a great one. Christoph, thank you so much. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and you, sir, are welcome back anytime. Thank you so much for hanging out. Nimork says pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening, pizza at pizza time. When pizza is a pizza, you can have pizza anytime. That's right. Arcados. Hi, Lurker here, but I was asking myself, is your code open source? Absolutely is open source. If you come here, let me show you real quick. Absolutely open source. If you come to this site here, this is where I'm sort of tracking all the work I'm doing. Down here's the link to the repository, so you can find everything that I commit up there. Each day I'm tagging it with what we have at the end of each day as well. So if you want to see exactly the evolution day to day, you have that as well. And I'm going to try to keep this blog, no promise. I'm going to try to keep this as a blog that sort of explains what we added each day as we went through. So we're on day 3 right now. So I don't know if I'll have time to do it, but I might add a day 3 blog tomorrow. Day 3 blog. But I hope that helps you out there. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. I'd like to try to get it right. It's Arcados. Or is it Arcade Zeros? Arcados, welcome to the crew, my friend. I appreciate you, Arcados. Appreciate the follow. How are you? Arcados, thank you so much. Arc, it's fine if you call me Arc. I will do that. I will try to remember, I may forget. But Arc, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. If you weren't aware, Captain Coder's Academy is where we're learning and growing together. Questions are absolutely encouraged. Backseat coding is absolutely encouraged as well. Just keep things family friendly. We want this to be a nice family friendly, happy place. Keep those vibes on. Dramulx says a blog explaining unit tests. Exactly, Dramulx. Exactly. We're almost there though. We're almost there. What do we want to do next? So my recipe database class. So this is where all of our recipes are going to be stored. And I think this is going to sort of be the scriptable object. Dramel says, you just keep bamboozling me. I'm not trying to bamboozle you, Dramel. I promise. I promise. No bamboozlements. I'm not trying to. Gordienko Games, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back to the crew. Welcome back, my friend. Gordienko Games, happy Wednesday. How are you, Gordienko? So nice to see you again. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, so I wanted to implement a recipe database class. I think this is actually going to be a scriptable object. So this is what I want to, we're finally getting into something in Unity, folks. So far we just had this, but I want my recipe database to be a scriptable object. All right, so I want my recipe database to be a scriptable object, or at the very least have a version that is a scriptable object, because this is the thing I want to be able to add stuff out here in the editor. This is the thing where if you take this, you drop it into your program, suddenly you're able to make these things. So I'm gonna learn about it. The Gypsy says, you're a code demon. I don't know if demon's the right word, but I am a captain. I'm a coding captain. Thus the name Captain Coder. That's a compliment. My brain read that as that's a code-pliment. A code demon, yeah, so I have the power. It just comes with practice, folks. Many hours coding. But here we are, recipe database. So recipe database may actually not be a scriptable object. That's right, Captain's a codaton. So I often say I'm a simpleton. I've got a ton of simple, but I'm a codaton because I have a ton of code. That's right, all up here, nestled down in my brain. In my brain is a lot of coding. A lot of coding for this codaton. So let's talk about what the recipe database looks like. Maybe recipe data. All right, so I got to look into scriptable objects. Yeah, so I got to look into scriptable objects to do this part. But let's add this to our namespace, captaincoder.crafting system. Suni says, I want to see this page. Tawny's no longer irked, folks. Tawny has unearked, so no irking more for Tawny. Oh, unlurked. Sorry. Welcome back. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Tawny, no need. No, we're not gonna hurt you, my friend. So I'm gonna look here, recipe database. I wanna make this is gonna be part of Unity, using Unity engine. And from what I understand, I can do scriptable object. Okay, so if I make something a scriptable is a word, come on, let's add that to our user settings. All right. Suni, are you saying you want to see this page? Is it this one? Is this the page you're referring to? Because that'll bring you here, crafting.captaincoder.org. If you want to review everything we've done in the first 2 days. Okay, so a recipe database. My idea here, and so I might actually make like a recipe database class and then have a scriptable object be separate. From what I understand though, so let me create a new folder here. This is gonna be called our recipes. I should be able to say create, now that I've made it a scriptable object, create, where is it? Playable asset, text, how do I find it? I thought I could make a scriptable object here. Recipe data, I want to see how to write a C# script. Gotcha. So the idea here, how do I find it? So this is the first scriptable, just so you know, this is the first scriptable object I've ever made. So I'm learning something live right now, folks. You're watching the Captain learn scriptable object Unity. All right, so let's see if we can make a scriptable object here. We're doing it live. That's right, an immortal kid. We are doing it live. We're just gonna do it live. Create asset menu. Okay, so we looks like we have to add this. Looks like we have to add this. So create asset menu. This one's gonna be crafting, file name, data. I don't know what does file name do? The default file name used. Okay, we're gonna call this recipe. Maybe this should actually be a recipe. And so you make a bunch of recipes. Recipe. And then the menu should be crafting. You know what? I actually think this should be a recipe. So yeah, this is going to be the scriptable object that's associated. An immortal said use the docs as they are, then do it yourself, just so we can learn what it all does. Yeah. So scriptable object here. I'm reading through it. I know that it's sort of like a mono behavior, but the idea is this will be like a global object. So I want a couple of recipes. So I'm gonna actually make this one a scriptable object recipe. All right. Part of me feels a little bit awkward here about this because it's really gonna be a shapeless recipe. Shapeless recipe, and this is going to complain because they're two classes. It should complain. If it doesn't complain, that shapeless recipe of tea. So I think the instructions in this case, this should be complaining. We shouldn't be able to have two files, one called shapeless recipe. Fascinating. All right, so create crafting recipe. And so let's call this boat. Like this. And so now I should be able to add things to this recipe here. Okay. The issue that I'm sort of seeing with this right now is this is gonna be able to turn into this is so fascinating. Shouldn't it be called recipe database? This should be called recipe data. I really want to be like recipe scriptable object. Shapeless recipe data. Let's go with shapeless recipe data. Unity's gonna get real upset with me right now. I should not have renamed this here. Shapeless recipe data. It's gonna get really upset with me. It's gonna say like this thing no longer has the thing associated with it. So we'll delete that. Create crafting recipe. Shapeless recipe data. That's interesting that it says shapeless recipe still. Script shapeless recipe. Oh, it's because I have something called... I am very much confused right now. Recipes, delete this. Save. Rebuild. I didn't save it, so maybe that's what's going on. Create crafting recipe. Shapeless recipe data. There we go. Recipe. I just hadn't hit save. I want everything that requires the Unity engine to be in a different assembly. So this is our crafting system assembly. This one, I want it to have no engine references. So I'm gonna click apply. It's gonna make everything real sad. And then I want to create one that's called like crafting system Unity engine. So we're gonna create another one. Create folder. This is gonna be crafting system.unity engine. right? And this assembly, and maybe I go overboard with these assemblies, crafting system.unity engine. The idea is this one only cares. I'm going to override these references here. For now you are. That's right. That's right. So this one's going to need my Captain Coder core. And it also is going to reference my crafting system. Like this. And we'll click apply. Dramel says when you have a big project, they're nice. Exactly. So that's my whole purpose of breaking it out this way. Shapeless recipe data. So we'll put this in here like that. And hopefully this should, there we go. There we go. So now we have the different, so our shapeless recipe is sort of in this different assembly now. Let's close this. So our shapeless recipe data. And so the idea here, this is more of an example, right? So in a different project, you would end up specifying the types that you want in here. So in this case, you would, yeah, so these things, this is so interesting to me. I'm thinking, like my brain, I'm thinking through the process here, but the idea would be the following. The idea would be the following. You would have a public list of, and maybe it's tags for items, but the idea I had here would be item, right? So it's going to be your item type here. Using system.collections.generic. We need to have this to be able to have the list type here. And this is going to be our, and you know me, I want this to be a getter. Ingredients, get private set. And I think serialize fields. So I think, let's go look here. And it's going to tell me that item isn't a serializable type. Come down to our recipes here. If I make this a string, does this show up here? Or do I have to make them public? Okay, it's just because the items aren't serializable. So the idea is, okay, so the idea would be that you have a type T here. Where can I do extend scriptable yeah. Really, this is interesting. All right, so let us do something here. We're gonna make item serializable system. Let's using system. Serializable. The way you built the system is tricky now. Well, I want to be able to drop this into different spots. So in different games, your item's going to be different. So every game doesn't use the same item type. It's so the idea is I have a demo. This would be like a demo file that says, okay, well, this is how you do it. You can use the item type I provide if you want to, but you don't have to. So if you want to do this not in there. So Dramox, the idea is I'm trying to generalize it. And so that's why it's tricky, because generalization can be tricky. But if you generalize it well, your system becomes super, I don't know if powerful is the right way, but it becomes very useful for dropping it in various locations. So this is me noodling my way through it, because I've never done a scriptable object. Okay. It's because I want to be able to reuse this in different projects, and the item type is not known, right? And so that's sort of the trick, is how do I get it to work with the item type not being known? And so the idea is that I think people would end up, so I think what I do is I end up with a type T, and people extend this scriptable object for their version of the recipe. And so and then there'd be like instructions on how to do it. Nameless Coder, welcome back. Welcome back, Nameless Coder. So nice to see you. Happy, what's today? Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. How the heck are you, Nameless Coder? So I'm just learning through this. This would be our ingredients. So then we'd have a public, I was in the process of serializing this. So this can no longer be a field like this. It has to be serialized. I need to have a private string, private, yeah, I have to like serialize the field. It's so annoying. That's super annoying. Okay, so my item then, that's super annoying. Unity, why are you so annoying? I am good, Nameless Coder says. How are you? I'm doing fabulous, my friend. Thank you so much for asking. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate that. So we might actually need the Unity system just for this demo chunk here, and it's really quite annoying. Or we could like extend it somehow. What I'm gonna do is in this over here, let's change this namespace. This one, crafting system.unity engine. I'm gonna make a second item. I'm gonna just as an example here. So it's gonna be an item. Let's see if we can do this. I think it's gonna complain because this is in our crafting system as well. But we'll find out. If I put this in namespace Unity engine, public class item, can I do this? And it should complain because I haven't implemented it. But let's see what the complaint is. Item does not implement the interface. Yes, that's correct. So let me ask you, does it let me do this, or is it going to say that the namespaces conflict? It doesn't. Okay, so now over here, 2 L's. Is that L's or I's? I think there's 2 L's in item. Oh, one of them is an interface. Yeah, so the Nameless Coder, good question. This one is saying it's an interface of an item. So this is when you use this library, you're going to use that. So in C#, they like, the coding convention put an I in front. That's not true for all programming languages. It just happens to be true for C#. So we have an I item in C#. And I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm trying to follow those conventions. So we have an I item here. Part of me wants to rename this as like a simple item. I'm gonna rename this simple item to prevent confusion with this one here. So this item would be like, game item. Drama says, well, you can come up with a better naming convention for interfaces. Maybe. So my question is like, does your interface really have to have an I in front of it? Couldn't it just be item? And when you go and says, oh, couldn't it just be item instead of I item? Yeah. So it's like that would be in my opinion, it's like, well, I shouldn't have the I, it should just be whatever it is. They just happen to do that. So you identify that it's an interface right off the bat. And I think a big part of it is because they don't have a separation between extends and implements. So the I helps. Yeah, so in Java, for example, in Java, you would do public class game item implements item instead. And so if you wanted to extend, you do extends item. So at a glance, base item, that this happens to be a class and this happens to be an interface. Just a different convention. And the reason I don't like it is because I'm used to the other convention. I did the other way for a long time. But it's so verbose. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. We're gonna have this return name. We're gonna have a private string name. And then this will be a public game item string name And that's name equals name. We're gonna make this read only. And then we'll make this using system, using Unity engine. I don't like to have Unity engine and system on both imported, so I'm just going to use Unity engine system dot serializable, and then this one happens to be serialized field. So now in my shapeless recipe data, I should be able to have game item, and I should be able to make a list of these now. Like that. Interesting. Why can't I do that? Because this isn't called game item, maybe? Or do I need to make it I think it needs to be a mono behavior. Really, I need, oh, you know what I need actually? These should be scriptable objects as well. Oh, that makes sense actually. These should also be scriptable objects. This should be scriptable object. Is that how we do that here? This is actually a scriptable object as well. And so like all of your game items are set up in a way. And right, you can tell from the colors which is which. Well, that's fancy. Not all of us can afford our fancy IDEs, Dremel. Some of us are stuck in the dark age. Yeah. That's funny. And remember, Java was around before colors. Java existed before colors. And remember, some of us are still stuck in Vim. Can someone help me quit? That's right. So our game item in this case is a scriptable object that looks like this. And we just say that name happens to look that way. Let's look at that. And then you would add your scriptable objects this way. Yeah, so this would be recipes. You'd create a folder. Okay, I like this. Scriptable objects, easy items. So in items, we create a crafting, not a recipe. We gotta add this in here. Like this. Moonness says, I'm back, woo! Welcome back, Moonness, welcome back. Crafting item. I don't know if this is the right thing. Order equals 1. We are learning about scriptable objects. Scriptable objects. So we have like our sort of base platform ready to go. Ready to go is a strong word. But crafting item. So I might make an item. This might be wood. And on wood, why doesn't that show up? It can't be read only. That's why. And so I'd go through and name these things this way. So it's like now you can use the power of the editor to do these things. So wood, like this. If you change it, it changes everywhere. And then our recipe, we'd go down. We'll call this boat recipe. Okay. Let us get this open here. And the boat takes in. So here's something that's a little bit maybe annoying to do. We have to drag wood in 3 times. Is this build too annoying? And then let us create a second one, and this is gonna be called rope. And rope comes in here, like that. Click that little circle. Oh, I just assumed that wouldn't work because that it never works for me. Gotcha, that's cool. That's super cool. I like that. So this is nice for like building things out. Nameless Coder says in response to an Immortal Kid, at least it's not gedit or netit. Yeah. Or nano. At least it's not nano. Or just what was it? So VI stands for visual editor. Before that, it was just edit, I think, and it would be a command line tool where you could specify what line you were modifying. Nano's not so good, yeah. Not the best. All right, so our boat recipe there. Let's make, all right, so we can make our recipes this way. And then the idea is okay, so this is cool. This is cool. This is how you would use this. You'd have a scriptable, you have to implement this, you make it a scriptable object, you make it extend the interface. Same for recipe data, our game item here. So should this, do we need a, this is interesting. This is interesting because I think what I really want here. All right, so what I really want is I need like a generic, rather than having a game item here, I want like the generic I item, and then there'd be a subclass. Let's try something. I want to try something. If I do T here, maybe not. Maybe that's overkill. Maybe that's overkill. We specify in your game you want to create a shapeless thing like this. You have to create a class that's a scriptable object that extends item like this. We haven't taken a break in 75 minutes. That means we're getting close to needing another break, folks. Yeah, so now really I want to create a, I use generic scriptable objects. If I put a generic type here, okay, so let's try it then. So I was gonna do T, and then we say where T implements, where T extends I item. Okay, and then down here, this would be a T. This is gonna cause a problem with my shapeless data, recipe data. I'd have to extend this, right? So then I would make an extension of this, and this would be like game recipe like this, and game recipe would extend shapeless recipe data of game recipe. Is this correct? And then you don't have any body here. And in this case, you wouldn't have the asset menu. All right, so let's see if this blew up everything. And maybe we call this shapeless recipe. Oh, we don't even need data here anymore. This is just shapeless recipe. And the idea here is we'd have a method. There'd be a method here that says, this would be shapeless recipe data. We have a method that is public shapeless recipe of T as recipe, and this would return our shapeless recipe underlying type. So we'd like convert this to a shapeless recipe. Would be new shapeless recipe of ingredients, and we'll do null for now. Using generic type T requires one. Let me do this. It doesn't like that. Oh, okay, so let's finish this. Public. This would be our crafting category. Get private set. And so this would have to be category. And then public list T of results. And this would also be a get private set. And we'll serialize these as well. And this would be our result. Oh, this needs to be a list. Oh, no, recipe has one. Recipe is just one. Okay, so now game recipe. Let's take a look. Let's see what that did. Let's see if everything blew up. The type cannot be parameterized as type T. This is saying, I hate this. My workspace doesn't like it. Game recipe. Cannot be used as type parameter T in the generic type. Gamerstream would probably have to implement item. I think it does. It does. Yeah. Oh, thank you, thank you. Moon is, you got those magic eyes, my friend. Moon is, you got the magic eyes to find the prize. Thank you so much for that, Moon is. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let's go look at our recipes. This should, shapeless recipe data. Okay, so this is still that. This is interesting. That did I? Yeah. I'm just amazed that this still has a thing going on with it. It's something awkward is going on there. Create crafting recipe. Okay, that was interesting. Boat recipe. Shapeless recipe. Crafting category. I guess structs are not serializable by default. Ooh, this sucks. Do I have to put a serialized? Oh, it's because it's read only? Okay. I think that private name, public string name. I thought. Oh, that's annoying. That's okay. System not serializable. And then I have to say, did my code break when I did this? It shouldn't have changed. I'm gonna have to use Unity here. That's sad. Unity engine. Either that or I have to create like a Unity version of it. And so I think I have to use. That's very annoying. Hang on. Let me go back. Let me go back here. I'm trying, so I shouldn't be able to use using Unity engine here because I told this whole section, my whole goal. What if I, Unity serialization is annoying. That's sort of what's happening here. Private, read only. Name is a property. So Moon is my brain here is going crazy because I'm explicitly trying to keep this section of the code without any reference to Unity. So this, let me show you. This particular binary, this assembly, this assembly has no engine references. So I can't use Unity engine here. So in this case, I think I need to like the crafting category, there needs to be a Unity version. So it's like, I'm wondering whether or not I want to care about that. Unity cannot show properties in the inspector. If I were to make this public, and serialize it. System, I don't need to use system, it should be serializable. Yeah, so then I get away with it. System. I wanted this to be read-only. So the thing was, it was read-only previously. Code Red Games, welcome back, my friend. Code Red Games, everybody. We got Code Red Games here. All right, so I guess our struct needs to be this way. That's fine. That's fine. I can live with that. I think I can live with it. Let's go look here at our boat recipe. Yeah, I think I can live with that. Like this. That said, oh, you know what? I can't live with this. I cannot live with this. These need to be scriptable objects as well. Okay, so I can't live this. So this was telling me from the back, I don't want to have to type things out here. I want everything to be type safe. All right, so this is why my brain, so this straight up tells me right away, oh, by the way, you were fine doing this. You were fine doing this, making this a read-only struct. Struct can be made read-only, beautiful. Read-only struct, you're a read-only struct, my friend. So in fact, this is because in the Unity engine part, this needs to be a scriptable object. All right, so this should be our crafting category scriptable object. Okay, which happens to have like the version. All right, yeah, this makes sense. Because what if I want to use this? All right, we got this. Public. So namespace. And I'm a crazy person. You guys can tell that. No sane person would build their system like this. There's not a lot of reason except that what if I wanted to make a web version of the game? Why can't I copy and paste that? Why won't copy and paste work? My keyboard no longer works. What's going on? Reload. Folks, anyone who doesn't know, while this is loading back, Code Red Games. Code Red Games, folks, is the legendary, amazing game developer. He is the creator of Roguelite, an up-and-coming, horrifying, 2D Souls-like game. Roguelite, folks, on the screen. You can watch us fight this gorilla, watch me get my butt kicked. If you want a game that chews you up, spits you out, and then asks you to keep on playing, this is gonna be the game for you. Game of the year 2024, folks. Give Code Red Games some love. Give Code Red Games some love. Mooniz asked, why would a web version not work? No, if I wanted to have a non-Unity version. I didn't mean web version. If I wanted to make like a purely console-based version of this, you could use all of the crafting system stuff outside of Unity. That's what I meant. And in my mind, I was going to, oh, well, I can make a web version in Blazor that doesn't care about the scriptable objects. Does that make sense, Munis? I just didn't say the right thing. So in this case, we have a crafting category. No, I wasn't talking about WebGL. I was just, talking crazy. I'm talking crazy. All right, so this is the Unity engine version of this. Like here. And so we'd actually have a public crafting category, public class crafting category. And this is of a scriptable object. Scriptable object. What was the first programming language that you learned? Nameless Coder, great question. The first programming language I ever learned was BASIC. I believe it's either Apple II or Commodore 64, I'm not sure. And then I did a lot of programming in Quick Basic. I didn't do a ton of programming in BASIC, but I did a lot of programming in Quick Basic. Crafting category is a scriptable object. And so this thing has a public string name.
You in the back, pay attention.
I'm so sorry, Apollo, I wasn't paying attention. You got me. Hello, Apollo, I'm doing fabulous. Apollo asked, how are you? Hello, Apollo, I'm doing fabulous. How are you, my friend? Apollo, how are you? How is Apollo today? So this should be a field, serialized field here. And this one has an underlying crafting category to it. So this one's going to have the ability to do the captain coder.crafting system dot crafting category. And so part of me feels that I shouldn't call it crafting category here. Oh, I'm just gonna call it game category, or something like that. Game crafting category script. What do we think here? What do we call the one that is a scriptable object? But the idea here is as struct, so that we can like get it back here. And this is gonna return a, we're gonna cache this. I call them data at the end. Gotcha, crafting category data. That's a great convention to try and enforce and follow. Moondance, thank you for that suggestion. Apollo says, I'm good. How's crafting system going? It's going beautifully, my friend. We do have to take a break here. We're about to be way over. We are at 89 minutes. It's about to yell at me. So I do have to stop here in a moment, take a break, get myself some more tea. I didn't actually get myself my first tea of the day. There it goes, boop, boop. All right, folks, in this case, this is gonna return a new crafting category. It's read only. Here's the beautiful part. Because we gotta rename this to crafting category data. Thank you, Munez, for that suggestion. Game, I'm gonna rename this as item data. Oh, let's not break everything real quick. We gotta rename these in Unity. Rename these in Unity, then we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna talk less fast once we're there. So this is crafting category data. This is just gonna be item data. This is gonna be shape, hang on. This one's shapeless recipe data, and this one is game recipe data. So game recipe data. Like this. Sometimes I can't stop. Myself, so here I am continuing to touch stuff. Let's close all of these. Shapeless recipe data has an error category. This needs to be dot as struct. The cool thing is, because I made this recipe category, when you create a new one, it actually caches it for you. So there's actually only one ever in memory. When you say new, it doesn't actually make a new one. It's a little bit confusing, I think, that the new keyword still shows up in front of it. But from what I understand, if I understand, because I made it read only, they're actually constants now. So they get pulled automatically here. So even though, where the heck did I put this? Even though I'm putting new here, this is actually pulling the same one. These are all identical. If you have two with the same name, read only, it's pulled in memory. All right, folks, we're gonna take a quick break. When we get back, we're gonna do some more stretchage. We're gonna get some stretchage in. I'm gonna get myself some tea, so it's the amount of time it takes me to boil some water, and then I'll be back. So hang tight. Apollo, if you wanna see where we're at. Oh, I'm not, so this one's not a scriptable object. This is a struct. This thing's a struct. You are correct, Mooniz. You should not new scriptable objects, and you should, for the most part, not new mono behaviors either. There's some minor, yeah. No, this is why I'm saying it's confusing. It's slightly confusing here, and I don't know if that's a good thing. Folks, if you want to get caught up on what we're doing, you should probably take a break yourself. You've been sitting here the whole time. But Apollo, if you want to check out I wrote a little blog here. If you want to try and check out where we're at, this blog it's going to be documenting what we've done on day 1, day 2. I'm hopefully going to write a day 3 today, but this is where we're at. So if you want to go check it out, you can crafting.captaincoder.org to check it out. We shall return. I'm going to go get me some tea, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The captain has returned, folks. I'm so sorry to leave you hanging like that. We are back. Before we hop back into the crafting system, I got myself this scalding, this cup of boiling hot water with a little tea bag. It's steeping in there. I need a couple minutes for it to steep. While that's going on, we're gonna do a little bit of stretchage. We're gonna get ourselves stretched out. We want to take care of our bodies. The captain loves you. That's me. I'm the captain. The captain loves you. You should love you. And if you love you, that means you love yourself. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. If you love your body, you gotta get up. You gotta get up at least once every 2 hours. We've been going for 90 minutes, folks. Ragnus over on YouTube says, I'm thinking of following along to learn, but now have a map, love design work planned. Awesome, awesome. Thank you for welcoming me back, Ragnus. I'm so happy to be back. All right, but we are gonna do some stretching here because you love yourself, you love that body, so get on up, get on up. We're gonna stretch, you can't see it, it's a little bit hard here. I have a little couch here. I'm gonna stretch out my leg. I'm gonna get my leg propped up here. My leg propped up here, get it high, so I'm stretching out my calf. I'm stretching out my calf. We're doing a little calf stretch. If you want to do a different stretch, that's fine too, but you should be stretching, get that blood flowing. So I have my leg propped up, I have my knees not locked. Don't lock that knee, you don't want to cut off the blood flow, and just sort of leaning down, getting that stretch all the way from the calf, all the way up to the back of the gluteus maximus. Get the muscle here, the upper leg as well. Get the nice stretch in though. This is a nice stretch. You're gonna hold this for 15 more seconds, folks. Then we're gonna switch to the other side. I wish you could see it. I need to get another camera over here so you can see this stretch. Oh, it feels wonderful though. I hope you're stretching. I hope it's feeling good for you too. Then go ahead and raise yourself back up. You're gonna switch legs now. I gotta switch legs, so now I'm gonna be kind of halfway facing you. Oh, my right side's always a little bit more stiff than my left side, which is interesting because my right side is like my stronger side, so maybe that's why it's different. But we're getting that stretch in here, and then we're going to switch to some quad stretch after this, so get ready for that. If you're not quite up and stretching yet, get ready for some quad stretches. Taking care of that body. Oh, it feels good. Hold this for another 10 seconds, folks. 10 more seconds. I'm going to switch it on up. Ooh, it feels good. Get that whole leg stretched out. Oh, yeah. Does it feel good for you? Ragnar says, my best stretch is the sideways squats. Nice, nice. I'm not a big fan of squats, but they're good for you. They're good for you. That's right, Apollo. We stretch. I need to get a stretch command. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. All right, bring it up, folks. Bring it up. We're gonna stretch out that quad. You get that foot up. Hold that foot up. I know I don't have a stretch command. I need to get one in there. And we're just stretching out that quad. If you can't quite get that leg up, ooh, engage the core. Find that balance. If you can't quite get that leg up, that's also okay. That's also okay. Maybe you got something else you can stretch out. Maybe you can do this one while sitting too. It helps. But as you get it there, if you pull it back further, if you need to, let me hop over here so I'm in the camera. If you lean out to the side, if you can get this in there out to the side like that, get a nice little extra stretch, extra balance, and hold this for another 5 seconds, folks. 5 more seconds. Oh, it feels so good. I needed that leg stretch, a nice lower body leg stretch. Go and let that down. Get that other leg up next. Bring it on up. Oh, and just hold it. Don't pull too hard. You don't want to hurt yourself. Get that nice little stretch in, sort of to offset the calf stretch there. Oh yeah, lean into it. Lean into it if you can. You don't have to. If you can't lean into it, that's okay. Oh, doesn't it feel good? Should feel great. I love this stretch. All right, we're gonna hold this for a few more seconds here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's good. Let it down. All right, folks. Take in a deep, deep breath. Reach up this guy. Get up on your tippy toes and reach up. Engage the core. Engage the core. If you need to, make a slightly wider stance. We're just stretching the whole body out. Breathe in and out nice and smooth. You don't have to hold that breath, sorry. Didn't mean to tell you to hold the breath. Oh, yeah. Breathe in and out. We're going to take in a deep breath here, and as we exhale, we're just going to roll down and hang at the waist. So deep breath in, and exhale. Roll down, hinge at the waist there. Hang down, see if you can touch those toes. Keep the legs straight but not locked. You don't want to pass out. Oh, I'm almost there. And then we're gonna get to my toes this week, guys. But if I put a little bit of pressure into it, I can actually touch that toe. But that's a little bit too much for me. You don't want it to hurt. You want to just have a nice little extension feel, a little tension. You don't want it to be painful. I can actually touch my toe, folks. That's amazing. That's insane. I'm gonna have to get a picture of that. All right, and deep breath, roll it up, nice and slow. In. Shoulders up, back down, and let it out. Take a couple breaths with me. In. Out. In. Out. All right, folks, shake it out. Thank you all so much for joining me in that stretch. I hope that was a nice experience for you. I really enjoyed that stretch. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, but we're gonna hop back into some coding now. And for joining me in that stretch, you know what you get? All of you, I know you did it. There we go. 50 points to all of you. Thank you guys so much for being here to share this with me. I appreciate it. Eagle Scope says, ooh, I'm almost there. I don't know what I joined into. That's all right, Eagle Scopes. You have joined into Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. Welcome aboard. I am the captain. The captain is me, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science. I teach programming at a school ages 10 to 14, but I also do independent tutoring for individuals and groups. And welcome to my academy, friend. Welcome to the crew. We are learning and growing together. We are working on a project. Let's make an RPG crafting system. So here's what we're working on. Let me talk you through what we're doing. So we're on day 3. Day 1 and day 2 are documented here on my blog. So you're welcome to check out what we've done so far. Arcados, I'm so glad you did it. I'm so glad it felt so nice, my friend. You gotta take care of yourself. In our modern world, we're not moving our bodies enough these days. All right, so on day 1, we defined ourselves a little design document. What do I want to learn? I want to learn on this project how to use scriptable objects in Unity. I've never done that. I want to learn how to use external libraries in Unity. We learned how to do that, so we've actually crossed this one off. Scriptable objects, we're sort of learning that now. I don't know all the ins, all the outs, but I know a little bit. I've started working on those today. And then we have 7 days. I want to get the crafting system working in 7 days. So with that in mind, I set 12 hours, about 12 hours of work. What do I think I can get done in 12 hours? I want to create a crafting container that's 2-dimensional, all right, but has variety of shapes to it. So you might have a crafting container that's shaped like this. You put items into these slots. You click combine, and then if you have the right type of items in the container, it will produce 1 or more new items. Apollo asks, what is a scriptable object? Excellent question. I'd be happy to answer that in just a moment. Oh, we already took a break. Calm down, beep, boop, bot, reset, break, 1 second. Reset, break. There we go. Timer reset, beautiful. Okay, so the last little bit is I want to have an efficient way to look up when I combine those things. I don't have to look through all possible recipes to find the result. So that's sort of what the scope of this project is. So we're on day 3, so we're about halfway, a little less than halfway through where we'd like to be, and I feel like we're sort of on pace to get there. Eagle Scopes, I hope that answered your question. I don't know that you asked the question, but I hope that helps you understand what we're doing here. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. Always happy to entertain questions. And backseat coding is encouraged, my friend. But welcome aboard, happy to have you here. Apollo asked, what is a scriptable object? Okay, so in Unity, we have this idea of a scriptable object. And so I created one here. So I have this idea of a recipe. All right, so my recipe takes a list of ingredients, a category, and a result. Okay, so a scriptable object in Unity allows me to create a file that looks like this. So I have these different items right now. I have a rope and I have a wood. And right now that specific item just has a name. Rope has the name rope, wood has the name wood. And one of the benefits of a scriptable object is it's a file that I can use and specify the values in the inspector. So now that I have these, I can come over to my recipe. I have my boat recipe. My boat is going to have 4 ingredients. So it allows me to do some like visual editing. It has more benefits than that as well. But my scriptable object here, I'm going to say, oh, this is it's going to take 3 wood and a rope to do this. And then it's going to produce, I'm going to come back over to my items here. It's going to produce a boat. All right, so I created a new object called boat. You can put many properties, yes. So my boat recipe, the result is going to be a boat like this. Right now I don't have any crafting categories. So I'm gonna put I could create in here for recipes. I can, do I have that option? I don't have that option. Exactly, it's the idea that's gonna make it easy to work with the crafting system. So we implemented all our logic and code, and then we sort of build these scriptable objects for defining all of our stuff. So this crafting category, I need to add in a little menu option for creating it. Crafting category data. It's going to be file name is this one's going to be called a crafting category. Crafting/category like this. We'll put this one at position 2. Who knows if that's the best spot for it. This game recipe. This one is item. Okay. So now I have a crafting category, and I can come in here and I can say, okay, well, let's make a new crafting category. I'm gonna create a new folder, categories. And one of the categories is gonna be woodworking, crafting category, woodworking, and woodworking just has a name on it, woodworking like this. Okay. So now on my boat recipe, I can say, oh, well, this thing has a crafting category of woodworking. So now I have my boat recipe defined this way. So that's what a scriptable object is. Apollo says that's why Unity is a good engine for making games. It provides features to make it less code and work more. Yeah, so the idea is if you have this crafting system, the idea is I'm building a crafting system you can sort of drop into different programs in different games, and then using these scriptable objects, you should be able to focus just on the you should be able to focus more on the design and less on the code. So the idea is it provides a lot of tools to help you focus on the design rather than the code. That said, there's some of both. So I hope that answered your question, Apollo. Thank you so much for asking such a great question, Apollo. For asking such a great question, 50 points to you. Eagle Script says, not sure why this live stream was recommended to me. I know nothing about coding, so I'm sorry if I sound mean. You seem passionate about what you do. I wish you the best luck. No worries, Eagle Scope. No worries, Eagle Scope. We're here learning and coding and growing together. I'm so happy that you stopped in. Have yourself a beautiful day. And my friend, you are welcome back anytime. Anytime you want to come by, feel free to stop in. That tea is so good. That tea's so good. Some nice Earl Grey tea there. Okay, so I feel really happy that I've learned I'm gonna call this the basics of scriptable objects, which is a wonderful little feeling I have here. What is my goal today though? And I think we might be able to finish this. Implement a recipe database class. So the idea is I want a database where I could put all the scriptable objects together. Arcado says, how could scriptable objects be translated into basic C#? I don't quite understand the question. Are you asking the concept of it? How could scriptable objects be translated into the concept of C# class? So this is one of the ideas I'm doing. Moona says that scriptable object is just a data container. Yeah, it's just a data container. That's an excellent way to describe it. Can I open up one of these and let's see. Let's check out what this looks like internally. Property, hang on, not properties. I want to go show in Explorer. Open with code. So it sort of just looks like this. This is a terrible, never mind. I thought maybe we could see inside some more information about it. Don't worry about that. Do not look at that. Arcada says, yeah, okay, that's what I had in mind. It could just be a JSON that is loaded in C#. In fact, one of the things I would like to be able to do and I'm not there yet, but with my recipe database, I kind of want a button you can press called like export and import, and it'll generate all of the scriptable objects for you. We're not there yet, but I kind of want to get there. But we're not there yet. Apollo says, yeah, it's like retrieving data from the file, I guess, which you can use by using inbuilt functions. Yeah, so it's a little bit different. It's similar. You can think of it as a JSON file, but the benefit in this case is these are sort of like global objects that you can put in various places. So if you reference this thing somewhere, it doesn't have to instantiate a new copy of it. So for example, I have 3 wood here. It's using the same wood item over and over and over. It doesn't have to make 3 different wood items. It just says, oh, well, I'm referencing that specific item. I don't know if that makes sense. And you could do that yourself in code and enforce that, but the scriptable objects enforce that for you in by not having to be. So it's, if you've used prefabs, it's kind of that way. Erdem Lion, I welcome you to Captain Coder's crew. Erdem Lion, is it Erdem Island or Erdem Lion? I'm so sorry, I botched that song, my friend. I botched it. Erdem Lion, I welcome you to Captain Coder's crew. Erdem Lion, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain any question you might have. Just keep them PG-ish. But welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy to have you here. Muna says, be careful about this in the editor. If you change anything on the wood objects in code, it will change the scriptable object. Yeah, I knew that. So if you're somewhere getting the scriptable object of wood and do name equals not wood, that would change the name of the scriptable. I knew that, and it really bothers me. That's why these are private sets, by the way, Munis. I actually can't do it. In the code, I can't do it. It won't let me. It won't let me do it in the code because I've made these privates. So just a little thing there. It's a good idea. Always a good idea to make your things private. So yeah, I can't actually change this in code. Good point though, Moonness. You are correct. I am the master scriptable object manipulator, Dremel says. Don't manipulate your scriptable object. It says you can still get ingredient and set ingredient variables. You just can't change the ingredient lists. But that would assume that my items were not read-only items. My items are read-only items. Look at that. Can't change it. Can't touch it. Erdem Lion says, thanks for the great welcome. Actually, it's Lion, cause my surname meaning is a lion in my language. Lion, is it okay if I just call you Lion, my friend? Would that be all right? If not, just let me know. I'm happy to call you Lion. I'm happy if I'm pronouncing it wrong, just let me know. I try and get it right. I want people to feel welcome here, but thank you so much for being here, my friend. Happy to have you. If I didn't say it already, I'm a computer science educator. I teach programming to students, students aged 10 to 14, as well as the independent tutoring for all ages. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. In this stream, we are learning to code and grow together. We're focusing on a project right now that's a crafting system. If you want to check out what we've done so far, we're on day 3, but we have a little bit of a recap for days 1 and 2 if you want to get there. Prophets TV, greetings, lords, ladies, and others from afar. Prophets TV, folks. Dremel says, all lies, all we are learning is how to write unit tests. That's all right. Dremels, I know, I'm trying to help you be better. I'm helping you be a better. That said, I like me some tests. They make me feel warm and safe and cozy. Prophet says, RPG crafting system already sounds awesome. Yeah, my friend, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here once again, Prophets. But we are trying to build this system out. We're on day 3 of hopefully we'll finish by day 7. I'm feeling mostly on track here. I want to get a recipe database next. So my idea here with the recipe database, let's create a recipe database scriptable object. Well, recipe database feels like the wrong word. Is there a better word for like the set of all recipes? Does anyone have a better word for something that's the set of all recipes? Now it says, sure, by day 7 we will finish writing those unit tests. We finished writing them today, Dramel, so why are you complaining so much? We're done with the unit tests. We done did it. It didn't take that long. Lion says, oh yeah, great nickname for me. Happy to hear it. Actually, my currently trying to write a source generator for JSON data that does not exist. It is hard, but kind of cool. That sounds interesting. Lion, if you would like, you don't have to. We do have a Discord. I'd love to see what you're working on. We do have a little Discord where you can post and share things that you've created. I'd love to see what you have. You don't have to, but we got a nice little subgroup over here for self-promotion on, I should add just like a generic code one. Let's do that right now. Generic code. I'm gonna create a form here. Coding projects. Or maybe we should just do projects in general, but coding projects, we'll do that. I'd love to see what you're working on. Feel free to post it there if you'd like. You don't have to though. You don't have to. Microwavable Hug says cookbook. So the idea is it's like a collection of recipes. Maybe cookbook is fine. To me, it doesn't feel like it expresses what it is. I don't mind a code cookbook. I like that. Microwavable Hugs, it's a good suggestion. It doesn't feel like to me that conveys sort of the essence of it, what it is. But it might, maybe, so I'm gonna have a class called recipe database, and this is the scriptable object version of that. So I'm gonna go with recipe database data, I suppose, for now. Name, and we'll copy this in here. This is gonna be our recipe database data. If we're following that convention, that's what we would do here. If we're following that convention, that's what we would do here. And the idea, let me think about this. Is there, this is interesting. The idea is that I kind of want to have a list of game recipe data. Is that what I want? List of game recipe data recipes. So my ideas were only meant to serve as a springboard for better ideas. Absolutely. I wasn't criticizing them at all. I hope it didn't come across that way. Game recipe data. Why is this? Is this a phantom? I thought it was actually a pretty good name. I thought it was a cute name for sure. The type name game recipe data could not be found. Oh, this should be game recipe data. Thank you for clarifying, Microwavable Hugs. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Microwavable Hugs. I love having you here, my friend. You are a beautiful, beautiful person. Let us reload this. So essentially the recipe database is just a list of all recipes in the game. Let's make this a public scriptable object. Oh yeah. I just named it wrong. Thanks, Mooniz. I think you might be a little bit behind. Public this will be a get private set. And this actually is going to have a private list game recipe data recipes like this, and the get, and this is going to be our serialized field. Elite Stomper, good morning all. Elite Stomper says good morning all. Good morning, Elite Stomper. So nice to see you this morning. Recipes dot And in fact, we're gonna have like a cached thing inside of here where our game recipes get turned into like a recipe database. In fact, this is silly. I don't even need that much more than this. Good morning, Elite Stomper. How are you today? How are you on this beautiful Wednesday, my friend? So nice to have you here. Part of me feels like I don't even actually need this recipe database thing. It feels unnecessary. Does anyone else feel like this is unnecessary? Aside from being able to specify, like, you have to now attach them all in here. Yeah, this feels awkward to me. What do we think? What do we think? I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't like it right now. Really, I want something that goes and like finds all of the recipes that are inside of my project and adds them in here. At least I'm on Pacific Standard Time in California, Cap. Just so you know, good to know. Good to know. I'm on Arizona time, so I'm 1 hour ahead of you right now. All right, but so happy to have you here, Elite Stomper. So happy to have you here. Instead, I'm gonna create. Okay, so I don't really need this. Instead, in my crafting system here, I'm gonna create a recipe database.cs, and this thing is gonna be our actual thing. I report Eastern Standard Time because it's easier for people to understand, because Arizona does not observe daylight savings time. So daylight, yeah. So I say Eastern Standard Time so that way people know. Yeah. Smab says I'm on borrowed time. Smab's on borrowed time. That's hilarious. I love that. I love that, Smab. That's beautiful. Yeah, so our recipe database is going to be a thing that contains all of the possible recipes here. Or you're going to be able to specify the types of recipes. And really, this is just so this is the interface I sort of want for this. I want to be able to public bool try get recipe, and this is going to need to take in a list of ingredients. And then the crafting container. So it's gonna be an IEnumerable of I items, and then a crafting container, and it's gonna return true if we can get a recipe, and then it's also gonna produce an out recipe, a shapeless recipe like this. And I guess we got to do T on these. I should get rid of this T thing. I was saying that earlier. I don't think I like this where T implement. Oh, it's T extends I item. This should really just be an I item. I'm gonna go through and get rid of these T's everywhere because I don't think I like that at all. So let's come in here and do that real quick. Get rid of this T. And instead, hang on. I have an idea. Can I do rename I item? Perfect. Like that. Crafting container magic, and then shapeless recipe. Like that. Oh, that refactor went well. Smab! So nice to see you, my friend. I don't think I asked you, how are you? How are you today, Smab? It's so nice to see you. See you here. On this beautiful Wednesday. Shapeless recipe. Recipe. Okay. And we will set, for now, we'll do recipe equals null. Just get this passing. Lo-Fi Craft says, hey. Hey, Lo-Fi Craft. So nice to see you, my friend. That says, busy today, just got in and will be lurking. You're welcome to lurk, my friend. You're always welcome here. You are always welcome here. I hate that this is open up a different editor for me. So shapeless recipe, line 15. Let's close all of these. shapeless recipe, line 15. Shapeless recipe data. Oh, we changed this type here. All right, so we're gonna change this to item. And then we're gonna drop this, and we will drop that. And then we can drop this like that. And then under the hood, let's see if recipe database, this one still has to be generic. Okay, this one has to be, that's why. Oh, I remember that. This one still has to be generic. And this one though becomes as recipe like this. And ingredients. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, I was right. I do have to use generic types. Okay. I wish I had made a commit and could go back very, very easily here. I do have to do it. I was smart. I did make it. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so there, I was right. I did need this to be generic. Undo that. That's the whole reason, is we want this to work with our, we want to be able to genericize it in Unity so that we can access things in the editor. So we got it. All right, so now we just got all these issues. Crafting system database. Okay, so our I should have done a commit when I finished that. Recipe database here seems to be of type T, where T implements item. So these become our item types. T. Yes, and this is our ingredients. So we can try get recipe. Given a container, we need to look up that type of recipe. So in general, I need a type that can sort of, sort of given a container, look up quickly whether or not that crafting category, whether or not we can find that key. So in this case, I would like to be able to have something like this. So I'd have a private dictionary. And this is like our recipe entry. And then this is going to go to our shapeless recipe of type T here. And this is going to be our database. And so recipe entry is going to look something like this. It's going to be an internal class recipe entry. And it is going to have an array of ingredients. This could be a struct potentially. Let me think about this. Should this be a struct? No, because we actually have to make sure the entry is the same. Okay, so this is actually going to be internally, it's going to have a private, it's also going to have like a dictionary, which is interesting. Our ingredients need to be hashable to do this, but our recipe entry is going to be hashed based off of, it actually needs to be in there like multiple times. At least I'm just, so is this going to be checking against the list of items the player has, determine the item to be craft? Exactly, Elite Stomper. And we want to do it efficiently. So what we could do is we could like loop through all possible recipes and find it. But I want it to be an efficient lookup. And so to do that, I want to find a way to use my ingredient and crafting container in as an entry. So I'm trying to think. Honestly, Oh, a recipe. Hang on. So you're not creating a string that looks in an array. That's right. I'm not going to do a string. I'm going to use a hash code. So dictionary works a lot like an array, but in this case, the order of the ingredients does not matter. So the order the ingredients are coming in doesn't matter. I almost feel like we could take in a crafting container only, and this could determine whether or not that exists. So this would be a little bit easier if I did the following. If I did crafting category like this. All right, so given a list of ingredients and a category, what are the things that it could produce? All right, so in this case, this would be a little bit easier. So in this case, I think I would have, so I could have like 3 wood here, and it could be like wood, wood, what is my brain trying to do? Wood, metal, wood, metal, wood. Those would all produce the same recipe. So in this case, I want to be able to index off of the list of ingredients and the category. So our entry here really is going to have, at the end of the day, okay, so I'm going to do this. We need a count of the ingredients. It doesn't matter the order, yeah, but the count matters. So in this case, I'm going to make it so that recipe entry of type T, where T extends I item. So we have a dictionary here from T to int, item count. So this is going to be the number of times we see this item. Okay, and then we also are going to have a private crafting category. So this is kind of like what our recipe looks like. So in our our shapeless recipe, the important things are we want to be able to look up our ingredients and our category. This is like the index that we have. But rather than just being an IEnumerable, let's be a recipe entry of type T now. We have it this way. I can make this an internal class here as well. I think I'll do this actually, and then I don't need this T here. Yeah. Oops, I hit the wrong button, folks. Let's come on back. It's gotta wait for VS Code to reinitialize here. Okay. And let's format that. F#, why? Okay. And we'll do a format here. So when we construct one of these, we're going to have to implement, based on these two things, can we implement a hash code? So I'm going to also have a private int hash code. We'll make these all read only. Make them all read only. Yeah. Okay. Then our equality checker equals in hash code. Our hash code is just going to be the hash code that we're going to calculate a hash code up here in our constructor. So say internal recipe entry IEnumerable ingredients and a crafting category like this. And our hash code is going to be equal to, this isn't quite right because we have to go ahead and combine all of, we need to get the hash codes of, yeah, this isn't quite right. We have to calculate like a reasonable hash code. So I'm going to calculate a hash code in the following way. I want to combine. Categories fine to combine. Ingredients doesn't combine nice because the order will mess it up. And so we're going to construct this dictionary first. So do item count equals a new dictionary here. I'm going to actually put this up here. Like that. So we initialize it there. And then we're going to loop through, say for each T item in ingredients, we're essentially going to say item counts at item equals 1. So if it doesn't exist yet, we're going to put it in there. So we're going to say if item counts dot contains key item, and in fact I'm going to say if it doesn't contain the key. If it doesn't contain the key, we'll set it to 1, else items key item equals can we do plus plus? That's interesting. That seems fine. That seems fine. So we initialize this thing. And I want the hash code. What does hash code not combine do? I do want it to combine each of the things inside of this. Is that, let's see, let's look at what hashcode.combine is. Hashcode dot combine C#. How does it work on IEnumerables? Combines the 8 values into a hash code. I think the order is gonna matter on it, I think. So what I think I'm gonna do is my hash code is gonna start at 0 and I sum these together. Hash code plus equals item dot get hash code. We sum them together. So then the order won't matter. So I'm not sure if I should sum them or multiply them together. Multiplying feels awkward. But I'm not an expert at this stuff. Elite Stomp said, so you are creating this. Yeah, it doesn't matter the order. Doesn't it really matter how many items you can craft? Doesn't it really matter how many items you can craft? I don't quite understand what you're suggesting there, Elite Stomper. Please ask again if it's something that I need, if you would like some clarity on something. I'm gonna write a little helper here called init hash code, and it's gonna do init item count. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe I can leave this in here. But this loops through each one, builds up our hash code, and then we combine this hash code with our category. And then category is equal to the category that came in. Now we do that here. All right, so we store that. Our hash code is just going to return that. And then the equality operator needs to do, I don't know that this by default is going to work well. First we say, is it a recipe entry? Let's check the hash code first for a quick fail. Like this. Munia says, I think he means it doesn't matter if you can create 1 or 10 items at the same time. All you care about is being able to craft an item. Gotcha. Let's see what this does. Okay. And this equals, I think, is not right. Let's write a test to determine whether or not this is true, though. This equals feels like it won't work properly to me. At a glance, it feels like it won't work. Tramo says writing test. So how else would I know whether or not this works, Stramel, without testing it? If I'm going to write something if I'm going to test it manually, why not write a test for it? Why not write a test for it if I'm already gonna if I need to see if it works, and I'm not sure, because you have no GUI, but then you'd have to like manually test it over and over and over. Crafting test. All right, so we're gonna create a new test here. You test it once, it works, and then it's good. You never touch it again. So it's gonna be our what is this called? Our recipe database test. Cheap Graham says, Captain Coder. Cheap Graham's my friend. So happy to have you here. Happy Wednesday. How are you, Cheap Grams? Recipe database test. And we don't need all of these. So it's going to be test. Entry equality. Test recipe entry equality. Okay. Like that. And I made it internal, so I should be able to access it here, yeah. Cheap Graham, so nice to have you here, my friend. So nice to see you again. We got to wrap up here, folks. I have work in 45 minutes. So we got 15 minutes. I'm feeling like we're getting close, though. Cheap Graham says, good game dev, been picking up for me. Thank you. And Moonis, you're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. Moonis says, so there's this enemy in I Want to Kill the Boshi. It's a hard game, but there's an enemy that is triggered and you need to do a frame perfect turnaround to not die. Developer tested the jump once and made it so he thought, that's good. Doesn't seem too hard. Frame perfect. That's hilarious. You test it once and you're good in golden. Test it once, never touch it. It is actually part of the solid design is like after you write something, if it works, don't ever touch that code again. Don't ever touch it again. That's a good principle to follow if you can do it. When you touch your code, you can break it. But you often need to touch your code again. And that's a toughness. Cheap Grams, that's awesome. I'm so glad you're making progress on it. I'm really, really excited to see what you come up with. So in this case, I want to test. All right, so we're going to do a recipe entry. Oh, this needs to be a recipe database of item. Of item? Why can't I get item here? Oh, because I called it simple item. Simple item. Dot. New. Dot. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, do I need to pull this out? I'm gonna pull this out. I can't access recipe entry in here. This is interesting. Dot, or do I do it here? Dot recipe database dot was fast. Oh, I'm in my test. I can't make it internal. If I need to test it, I can't make it internal like this. Okay, so I guess we'll make this public like that. Cheap Grant says, I'm starting to learn that once it works, leave it alone. Exactly. Elite Stomper. That's why they make copy and paste. You get the code work, then you mess with the copy only. Devro says, I'm late to the party. What did I miss? Devro, excellent question. Excellent question. We are working on a crafting system. We're almost out of time. I got to get to work. But if you want to get caught up a little bit, we have a little blog here. Going over what we did on day 1, day 2. I'll be posting another blog about day 3 pretty soon. Cheap Graham says, I did want to ask, how do you decide when to use scriptable objects versus serializable scripts? So scriptable objects are specifically, and this is a good question, I'm just learning about them. We started using them. Scriptable objects are essentially like data containers. So do you know what JSON is? If you know what JSON is, scriptable objects are sort of a JSON, very, very similar to JSON, and it allows you to sort of define stuff in your inspector So you can create those things and you can define them this way. I hope that kind of answered your question. I'm happy to try and answer it. I hope that made sense. That said, everybody, we got Dev Rowe here. Dev Rowe is also a game developer, talented 3D artist working in Unreal Engine. Be sure to check out Dev Rowe. Hit that little heart. Hit that little heart. Give Dev Rowe some loves, my friends. She says, I'm very bad at JSON. I should do some research on JSON. I've been neglecting the knowledge. Just think of JSON as an object. It's like a class. It contains a definition for how data is organized inside. So a boat recipe. So for example, a recipe has a list of ingredients, a crafting category, and a result. And so I have this scriptable object that lets me specify that. And then in the code, now I have that recipe, I can turn it into one of these things. I hope that makes sense. But that's it in a nutshell. Recipe database dot recipe entry. Yeah, so in this I have to give it a type item, a simple item, like this new. So we'll do recipe or var entry equals. And I have to give it a list here, right? So this is going to expect that I give it non-invocable. Hang on. New. It's going to tell me I can't invoke this because it does not contain a constructor with 0 arguments. Okay, so in this case, I need to give it my items. So ingredients 0. And category. And so var in list of item, simple item, ingredients 0 equals a new list. Okay. We need 2 of these. We need 2 of these that have combinations, and then crafting category woodwork. It's equal to a new crafting category woodwork. It's gonna let me this would be category. Next, let's do its protection level. Oh, I need to make it public. There we go. All right, so this is gonna be entry. This is a terrible name. Database. Okay, so we're gonna do new here. We're gonna put wood, simple item wood equals new simple item wood. And then this will be a simple item rope. Okay. Rope like this. Wood, rope. And what we should be able to do now is make a second ingredient list. So this is ingredients 1, and this one's rope, wood. Ingredients 2, wood, rope, wood. Ingredients 3, wood, rope, wood, rope. So we have one of each possible combination of this. And so it's going to be entry 0, 1, 2, and 3. Entry 1, entry 2, entry 3. And if this is working properly, each one of these should be EQ. So they should be equal to each other. So we should be able to do assert.r equal entry 0, entry 1. Entry 0 with entry 2, entry 3. Entry 1 with entry 2, entry 1 with entry 3 with entry 4. There is no entry 4. Entry 1 with entry 2, and then entry 2 with entry 3. These should all work out nicely if our equality is correct, and I don't think it is, but we're gonna find out here. because it's using this equality comparer, and this requires my t's. This would require my other things to implement equality, and so I'm pretty sure that this is going to fail. I'm going to have to provide like a dictionary detector, dictionary inspector type thing. Let's run these. Yeah. So this fails. The equality isn't being checked properly. That said, I think I'm gonna have to finish this tomorrow, folks. We're gonna have to finish. We made some progress today. We made some progress to do deep compare on incoming dictionary. So we need to make sure that the entry set for these is identical. And so we're going to add that to our captaincoder.core. The alternative would be to force our, this is fascinating here actually, that our crafting category is read-only struct, right? Read-only struct. So crafting category, we should actually be able to do category is equal to entry.category. And can we do a deep compare real quick? I've written it somewhere else. If only. Recipe entry category other. Operate equal can't be applied to operand. Oh, dot equals. I'm surprised the double equals can't be used there. Applied to operative type crafting category and crafting category. This is interesting to me. I want to understand this error. Crafting category. Recipe entry category. That's interesting to me. A little note there. To do, why does not work here? Category dot equals entry dot category. And then this one, we will fix that. All right. And doesn't want me to put a true there. Oh, I have this. That's what's going on. Okay, so the idea is I got to do a deep compare on my dictionaries. Check that key-wise pairs match all the way down for all of my T's, that the count is correct. Which shouldn't be too hard to do. That should be really, really quite easy to do. I just got to write it, and we are out of time, folks. I got work here in about 30 minutes, so I got to hop off. Everyone, thank you so much for joining me on this journey. We almost got it. We're very, very close to having this recipe database done. I did, I'm going to put in a secret one here. This one, learn about scriptable objects. We did do this. We got the scriptable object stuff going on here. I feel really, really confident that I can use scriptable objects. Not that I understand them deeply, but this is something that we actually managed to accomplish today. I did learn about scriptable objects. That's one of our big learning goals back from our learning document here. Drama says, hey, no cheating. I'm not cheating. It was on here. I just didn't put it on the list. So scriptable objects to store recipe data. We started doing that. So I did this. I literally wrote my first scriptable object and I'm so happy with it. Oh, Clayman Dev just raided. Clayman Dev just with the raid, my friend. Clayman. Whoa. Clayman, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. We are wrapping up here. We're gonna get on a raid train though. We're gonna get on a raid train. Welcome, Raiders. That's right, MMO Pug. Thank you so much for that. Real quick, everybody. Let's see here. We got Dramholz. Nan total raise so far for Nan. That's right. We've been seeing that all weekend. Southern Skunk 97. I wanna thank you for clicking on follow in the crew. Southern Skunk, I welcome you, my friend. You are now one of us in this learning journey. Southern Skunk, welcome to the crew. All right, everybody, Southern Skunk, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. So happy to have you here. For anyone that doesn't know, real quick though, before I leave, we gotta say, Clayman is an epic indie game developer working on a 3D physics-based superhero game. Real quick, if you're not following Clayman Dev, lurkers, please direct your attention to the chat. You gotta click that little heart. You gotta give Clayman some love, folks. Give him some love. Click it. Don't unlove him. Dramels, don't unlove him. Southern Skunk says, that was beautiful. You're welcome, Southern Skunk. You know, I did my best. We're about to get a woe train. We got a woe. Can we get some woeage? We got, a folks here. We got a woe chain started. Can we get a woe? You're welcome, Arcados. I'm so happy to have you here, my friend. Happy to have you. Clayman is making epic hero games. If you want a game with Kamehamehas, if you want a game where you fight epic alien invasion, where you got spirit bombs, you gotta come over here, hit that, add that to your wish list. Clayman Dev, you add in, he's making a character called Tancap. What was it? Durco Tancap, which is Captain Coder backwards. Curdo. This looks beautiful, folks. Isn't it like looking in a mirror? Let's get these side by side real quick. Let's mess up my whole screaming setup here. One sec. Let's come to the source. We're gonna see. Can we duplicate this bad boy? Can we duplicate this? 1 second. Look, is this or is this not? Is this or is this not like looking in a mirror? Hang on. Where's my hat? It's like looking in a mirror, folks. It's like looking in a mirror. Is this or is this not like looking in a mirror? Is it like looking in a mirror? I think it's like looking in a mirror. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's zoom ourselves out.
Whoa.
Whoa! That's right. Whoa! I stretched it out. Hang on. Undo that stretch. Oh, why is the stretchy stretch? Here we go. All right. Why can't I? There we go. Perspective. Is that or is that not? Is that or is that not like looking in the mirror? Code Clayman, thank you so much. Thank you so much for making that, my friend. I absolutely love it. I love it. Happy Wednesday to you, folks. If you're not following Clayman Dev, you better give him a follow. We also got, who else is here with us today? Mooniz. Mooniz needs a little bit of love before we hop off. One more time, Mooniz, thank you so much for all your help. Thank you so much for being here, helping us out, chatting with us, teaching me everything I know about unique scriptable object stuff. Mooniz, you've been an absolute treasure here in Captain Coder's Academy. If you're not following Mooniz, go ahead and give him a little bit of love, folks. Give Mooniz some love. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of you. We gotta hop out here. We're gonna get on a raid train. I gotta go to work. I wish I could stay all day and work with you guys, but for making it to the end with me, for learning about scriptable objects with me, folks, 50 points to all of you. 50 points to all of you. We're gonna go find someone to raid. We's gonna find someone to raid. Oh, I gotta do a commit real quick. Hang on, let's do a commit before I forget. End of day commit. Committage. Work in progress. What's the work? Began recipe database. All right, so we got a work in progress. We're gonna go ahead and commit these changes. We're gonna sync it on up for you folks. We're gonna sync it on up. Sync it. We're syncing on up. Pushing it on up to that big old GitHub in the sky. Dremel says right. Began writing more tests. Exactly. All right, folks. Who do we want to go raid? We're gonna go raid Klaxon 42, folks. Klaxon 42. It needs some more love. Very, very new at streaming. Making an awesome. Cheap Grams asks, you gonna release this? This one isn't a what I'm gonna say. It's not going to be a game. I'm absolutely going to release this as an asset or something. At the very, very least, you'll be able to get this project and add it into your stuff. Absolutely going to be releasing it. But we're going to go raid Klaxon 42, folks. Pie that just is gonna jump in here and lookaroo, love ya. Don't have the energy for sociality. No worry, Pie dude. Thank you so much for popping in. Everybody, thank you so much for being here today. It's been an absolute joy having you. I know you missed it, Pie dude. I wish I could stay all day. But I can't. I have work, my friends. As always, she knows what I'm gonna say. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. Have yourself a beautiful day, and you are welcome back anytime, folks. Have a wonderful day.
No crap, man. How's it going? The second time you've done that, where you. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, how hilarious! Wait, Mudas, thank you for the follow. Oh, so cute. Thank you. With 26 people. Wait, I want to read everything. Captain Raid. Wait, who? Clayman. Hello. Yes, it happened last time too. Not break, just went to go pee, you know. Happy Wednesday. Dramalks. Oh, and thank you for the follow also. Didn't follow last time, oh. And thank you for this time. Thank you so much, Captain Coder. MMO Pug. Thank you for the follow. Oh. Dram. Okay.